Sports welcomes you to this exclusive broadcast of OU Braves football, heard on 103.7 FM, 1220 AM, and now powered by All Seasons Air Conditioning and Heating. You can also hear Braves football streamed live at KOFO.com or by using Alexa, Google, or the KOFO Android app. Braves football on KOFO is brought to you by Quality Structures, CarStar, Kansas State Bank, Ottawa Chiropractic Clinic, and by Lamb Roberts Price Funeral Home, Advent Health Ottawa, Adamson Brothers Heating and Cooling, Ottawa University, also by Dingle & Son Mortuary, Arvest Bank, Sutton's Jewelry, All Seasons Air Conditioning and Heating, and Beanie's Body Shop and Repair. Now, with the only hour-long pregame show in the KCAC, we head to the field enjoying KOFO's Casey Weeder.
It's been a season of change for the Ottawa University Braves football team. New head coach, new coordinators, new direction. With all of the changes, the Braves have spent the offseason retooling, looking to better their 4-6 record of last season. It won't be easy, though. 3 of the first 5 games to start the 2022 campaign are against 3 of the top 4 teams in the KCAC last season. That includes today's matchup with the 8th-ranked and defending KCAC Conference champions, the Southwestern Mound Builders. These two met 1 year ago in Winfield, and the Mound Builders cruised to a 41-13 victory. The Braves would like to kick off this new season by shaking up the conference with an upset over the reigning and defending conference champs. Can they do it? We'll find out in less than 60 minutes. But first, we need to set the table for the feast. That is football. Coming up on the Ottawa University Braves football pregame show, we'll get you caught up on the summer that was in the KCAC and all the coaching changes. We'll look at the Week 0 scores as 4 KCAC teams played last week. What's the slate of action look like for this week in the KCAC? Well, I'm glad you asked. We'll run down the schedule of the games, and Coordinator's Corner will return as we will have 2 new residents, though, this time. We'll check in with new offensive coordinator Tyler Hennis and defensive coordinator Dante Barty. We'll also catch up with new Braves head coach Nick Davis, and we'll have your starting lineups, a check of the weather, and much more. But if we're going to get to it, we've got to get that first break out of the way. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on the coaching carousel in the KCAC. You're listening to the Ottawa University Braves pregame show on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO, KOFO.com, and OttawaBraves.com.
At Boot Barn, we have over 500 styles of Carhartt workwear with utility and function in mind. Outerwear built with Cordura technology that holds up against abrasions, scuffs, and tearing. Jackets built with Rain Defender technology that keeps you dry through rain and moisture. Work pants built with Rugged Flex, Carhartt's durable stretch technology built for maximum movement. It's utility for the toughest of workers. Carhartt at Boot Barn Work.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that earphone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Welcome back to Ottawa University Braves pregame. I'm Bob Johnson. We'll join Casey Weeder at Advent Health Field here in a bit. But first, let's discuss the coaching carousel in the offseason in the KCAC. 6 of the 11 football schools in the conference saw their skipper leave their post in the offseason. So let's start with the change in Wichita as the Friends Falcons' Dion Menely left his post as the head coach at the end of the 2021 season. Menely coached a total of 5 seasons with the Falcons and left with a mark of 13 wins and 33 losses. So taking over for the Friends Falcons as the new head coach, well, that causes Bethel to have to look for a coach as Terry Harrison leaves Bethel to go to Friends. Harrison is no stranger to the Wichita area, comes home. He spent 4 seasons rebuilding a Threshers football program. Coach Harrison finished his time at Bethel with 29 wins, 14 losses, and a whole lot of singing of Father Abraham. Harrison out at Bethel, and the Threshers, well, they brought in new coach A.B. Stokes. Not only a name that sounds like he's written several novels, but a man who will be tasked with keeping the success the Threshers have seen over the last few seasons. And this comes out of left field story. Kansas Wesleyan has a new coach to start the 2022 season. Former coach Myers Hendrickson took the success from his 3 seasons at the helm of the Coyotes and turned it into a promotion. Just at another college in another state. Hendrickson finished his time at K-Dub with a record of 24 wins and 3 losses, several conference titles, multiple trips to the NAIA National Playoffs, and continuing the success that has been built on with the Kansas Wesleyan program for quite a while. So with Hendrickson out of the picture, Kansas Wesleyan promoted defensive coordinator Matt Myers to the role of head coach. Myers received the AFCA Assistant Coach of the Year award for his work last season. So it will be interesting to see how the Coyotes will transition to the new coach, Matt Myers. Sterling Warriors, well, they'll start the 2022 season with a new Highlander in charge. Chase Hansen is out after 4 seasons. He compiled a 17-20 record. Sterling named Darren Jackson II as their new coach back in March. Jackson comes to Sterling after leading Trinity Bible College. The coaching carousel continues to spin in Lindsborg, as Tyrone Carter unexpectedly left the land of the Swedes just as fall camp was getting underway. Reasoning not known at this time. Carter was 0-10 in his 2 seasons at the helm of the Bethany football program, considering one of those seasons was canceled due to COVID. Vincent Grigsby named interim coach for the Swedes at this time. And then finally, for the first time in 18 seasons, the Ottawa University Braves will have a new man at the helm of the Braves football program. Head coach Kent Kessinger stepped down at the end of the 2021 season after compiling a record of 108 wins and 85 losses. Coach Kessinger was in charge in one of the most successful stretches of football in program history, as Coach K led the Braves to 6 straight NAIA National Playoff appearances, including the program's first ever win in the playoffs. Also, multiple conference titles, Conference Coach of the Year accolades, and many players being named to All-American teams, along with many other awards and such that were earned by Coach K. And just as a quick sidebar, I'm going to miss our discussions with Coach Kent Kessinger. Really enjoyed it from calling the games from 2007 until now. Really enjoyed talking with Coach K, learning from Coach K, hosting the Kent Kessinger show during the week, and well-deserved retirement, and really a big force in Ottawa University Braves football. And I think he deserves more credit than maybe some might give him, but definitely took a program and did some special things with it. So, Coach K, if you happen to be listening, appreciate everything that you've done and did do, and appreciate the relationship we were able to build, and just continued success with your retirement. Ottawa University, though, didn't waste any time in the search for Coach K's replacement, as they promoted Braves defensive coordinator Nick Davis. It hasn't all been kittens and rainbows for Coach Davis since taking over the reins of the Braves football team. Coach Davis was dealt with having to replace not one, but both of his coordinators, as defensive coordinator Wes Coombs and offensive coordinator Julian Mendez had left the program for other opportunities. So the Braves have 2 new coordinators and a new head coach, and we'll see how that affects them going into this 2022 season. But we will take a break right now. When we come back, we're going to recap the action from week 0 and get you caught up on today's slate of games in the KCAC. But first a break. You're listening to us on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com. Also OttawaBraves.com with live audio and live video.
The new era for Ottawa University Braves football with a new coach, new philosophy, and new energy continues with the same will to win as Braves. We invite you to join us every Thursday night for the Nick Davis Coaches Show, live from Primetime Grill at 7:06. We'll be on the Primetime Grill stage with Coach Davis talking Braves football with assistant coaches and players as well. Come join us live for the delicious food and drinks at Primetime Grill and all the fun on the Nick Davis Coaches Show, Thursdays. Heard exclusively on your source for Brave sports, KOFO.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that earphone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Alexa, play KOFO.
Welcome back to Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO, KOFO.com, also on OttawaBraves.com. And you can also go to KOFO.com and see the live streaming there. So not only can you get it on through YouTube, but you can also use the link to get it as a live stream straight from the KOFO page. So a lot of ways for you to be able to catch Ottawa University Braves football this year, and we're happy to bring it to you. Well, last week was the opening week of the season. There were 4 teams in the KCAC who saw action in week 0. So let's take a look at that and recap all the action that happened in that first week of games. Of course, no conference games. This is the first week of the conference season this week. But last week, we'll start with the Bethel Threshers, as we talked in the previous cut, that they have a new head coach and looking to try to continue their momentum that they have gained over the last several years, and got off on the right foot as they defeated Atlantis University 51-0. The Threshers scored early and often as they rolled on to that easy win. Bethel in that ball game rushed for 288 yards and threw for 151 yards. DJ Sears threw 78 yards on the day, 3 of 5 passing, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Cassius McCrae rushed for 107 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Chance Scurry rushed for 99 yards, and Mario Quintero caught 3 passes for 54 yards and 2 touchdowns, while on the defensive side, they picked up 7 sacks in the ball game, including 2 by Doug Girder. Ernest Ferrier added 6 tackles in the victory for Bethel last week. Tabor Blue Jays started last week as they played Iowa Wesleyan College. At the half, it was 2-0 with the Blue Jays in front. Just a safety to speak for scoring in that first half. Iowa Wesleyan then scored 13 unanswered points in the third quarter before the Blue Jays stormed back to take the win 17-13. In the game, Tabor had 376 yards of offense, 259 through the air, 117 on the ground. And Gustavo Villar went 25 of 44, 259 yards, threw a touchdown and a pick on the day. Jordan Bolden rushed for 53 yards on the ground. Franklin Miller caught 7 passes for 90 yards. On the defensive side of the ball for the Blue Jays, Wyatt Lepke, James Lang, and Brooks Gardner had 6 tackles each. Kareem Butler-Payne registered 2 sacks, and the Tabor defense had a total of 5 sacks for the ball game. The Jays also forced 4 fumbles and 2 interceptions on the day. St. Mary opened their schedule last week against Midland, and St. Mary off to a rocky start as they fell 64-10. Midland opened a can on the Spires in the first quarter by scoring 22 and never looked back as Midland crushed the Spires 64-10. 224 yards of total offense, 121 yards passing, and 103 on the ground for St. Mary. Eric Covington went 5 of 18 for 58 yards through the air, threw for 2 interceptions, and was replaced by Shane Bishop, who went 3 for 4, 63 yards, and a touchdown. Jartavius Martin rushed for 38 yards, and Josh Walker caught 3 balls for 63 yards and a touchdown for the Spires. And in the final game last week featuring KCAC teams in week 0, the Friends Falcons got their first win as they defeated Oklahoma Panhandle State University 31-14. That's the first win by the Falcons since October 30th of 2021, and Panhandle State jumped out to a 14-0 lead in that ball game last Saturday, but the Falcons put it together and scored 31 unanswered points to get the win in Coach Harrison's debut for the Falcons. Jack Mullen went 1 for 7 passing the rock for 11 yards and threw an interception. Zach Dressler rushed for 165 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Davon Mason had 8 tackles, and Tucker Trevitt had a sack for the Falcons defense in that ball game. So that is a look at the games in week 0 that featured KCAC teams. So now let's take a look at the action in the KCAC for this week. The week 1 schedule, of course, we have this one for you here. Ottawa at home at Edmund Health Field taking on the Southwestern Mound Builders. Avalon Tabor played earlier today, and we'll bring an update on that and get you a score here a little bit later on. Sterling is taking on St. Mary with a 6 o'clock kick, same time that we kick off here at Advent Health Field. McPherson is on the road to take on the 23rd ranked Bethel Threshers. That one will also get underway at 6 o'clock. And Friends is on the road to the 12th ranked Kansas Wesleyan Coyotes. That's going to be an hour later on the start. That'll be a 7 o'clock kick. And Casey Weeder will bring you updates throughout the evening on all those ball games as they are available as we get set for the kickoff here of Ottawa University Braves football season. A big one at that with new coaches, some new players, new pieces out there on the field. And we are excited to bring it to you here this week. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have Coordinator's Corner as we'll talk with defensive coordinator Dante Barti. And we'll also talk with offensive coordinator Tyler Hennis. So that is to look forward to. Plus, our weekly sit-down with head coach Nick Davis coming up also for Ottawa University. That's all coming up here for the Ottawa University Braves pregame show. You're listening to it on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com, also on OttawaBraves.com.
Explore Banana Republic Factory now and enjoy 50% off everything, from heritage classics to new arrivals for the season. Discover essential styles from $24.99. Find your nearest store or shop online, only at Banana Republic Factory.
KOFO and Kansas State Bank want to give you the cash, the money, the do-re-mi.
Show me the money!
Count the cash is back, and it's your chance to win $1,000. Stop by Kansas State Bank at 236 North Main during regular business hours and see the KOFO Cash Cube. It's full of cash and coin, and all you have to do is guess just how much.
Money for nothing.
If your guess is closest to the actual amount in the cube, we'll give you $1,000 at the Kansas State Bank Community Appreciation Day on October 22nd. One entry per person at Kansas State Bank, and you must be 18 or over to win KOFO's Count the Cash.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Welcome back. Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO, KOFO.com. Also live audio and live video on OttawaBraves.com. I'm Bob Johnson, taking you up to the top of the hour in kickoff, where we'll hand it off to Casey Weeder at Advent Health Field. But right now, it's time to bring back an old favorite. We're going to bring on Coordinator's Corner, where we're going to sit down and chat with the Ottawa University Braves offensive and defensive coordinators and get their thoughts about this week's matchup with the Southwestern Mound Builders. Of course, joining us is offensive coordinator Tyler Hennis and defensive coordinator Mr. Dante Barti. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us for Coordinator's Corner. So a big matchup to kick off the season. You get a nationally ranked foe. You also have a team that going into the last season and maybe kind of going into this season, you're not fully sure of who's going to be completely on the roster come game day. So I want to start with you, Coach Hennis, and then we'll move to Coach Barti. How does that make it difficult for you to prepare when you think you know what you're going to see, but you really are not 100% sure?
Before every week, and even game one, Coach Griffin already kind of gave us his too deep. We're able to kind of do the best that we can of watching the last season film. I think they have like 8 starters coming back, so you get a pretty good grasp on what those kids look like, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and then obviously things can change schematically from year to year, but I think I've been a big believer in our offense. It's all about us. It isn't about, it's an odd front, or, it's a blitzing defense, or, they've got 8 starters and 5 preseason all-conference. It's not about that. It's all about us. It's about us being consistent. It's about us executing. It's about us sticking to our rules. So no matter what they throw at us, as long as we stay within our rules and we're consistent, then we'll be fine. And I think at the end of the day is if we play the best that we can play, no matter what the scoreboard says, we're going to feel good about it.
Coach Barti?
Yeah, I think there are a few things to consider when it comes to when you play not only a first-week opponent, but a first-week opponent that, like you said, could have different pieces in different places. From a defensive perspective, much like Coach Hennis, it is about our process, right? How we do things from week to week, right? Our defense doesn't change a whole lot schematically. What does, however, change are some of the adjustments that you may make to key pieces, right? How do they use key pieces? There's a new offensive coordinator for Southwestern. So what does that style of offense look like? What formations might we see? What personnel groupings might we see, right? What tendencies are we going to see? Are we going to see an offensive coordinator from the previous staff? Are we going to see an offensive coordinator that's more like what Southwestern was last year, right? So those are conversations that I know I have with my staff all the time on the defense side of the ball. And from a strategic perspective, that can change maybe what I do. From a task level perspective, what I tell the players, it doesn't change how we play. It doesn't change the mentality we play at. It certainly doesn't change, the type of process that we use week to week. So it has its challenges. There are 2 completely different coordinators from last year, right? And so they're going to see different systems, and that provides us an element of surprise just like it does for them.
You both have been around the block a little bit, and I'll have you start this time, Coach Barti, and then let Coach Hennis talk a little bit about it. But first game jitters, do you still get them, and especially being in a new place, or is this kind of old hat and you're just ready to get out and see the action?
I've had a few people who I highly respect, one of them being my father, one of them being some of my mentors tell me this. If you're not a little bit nervous, right, it means you probably aren't ready. So for me, good preparation and planning, right, is how we try to prepare our players. But if you don't have a little bit of nerves, you're probably a little too relaxed about a given situation. So for me, there's some jitter being a new coordinator in college football. At the same time, it's preparedness, right? It's the I know what I need to do and what our team needs to be successful. So let's go out and execute those key factors. So I think that is how I feel about kind of that before the season, first game of the year type of jitters. That jitters for me is preparedness. I'm ready. I know what the expectation is. And you know what? Get to have fun too. And it's a lot of fun getting ready to start a new place in a big atmosphere, in the first game of the year. So the most important game of the year, because every game is the most important game. This is the first one.
Coach Ennis?
Absolutely. I think there's first game jitters, nerves, excitement, all that into one. And I think that's why I love this job. And I think if at some point in time I don't have those feelings, I might be considering or reconsidering why. That's part of it. The reason why I love playing the sport, the reason I've loved coaching it is that rush, because it is important. And you put a lot of time and effort into it and you want to succeed. And being a competitive person, that's just the natural feeling that you get. But I wouldn't just combine it and categorize it just as nerves. It's excitement. It's all that wrapped into one. And every day it gets, one day closer to game, you feel it even more. And I love it. I enjoy it. I embrace it. And looking forward to Saturday.
Of course, this is a game where adjustments must be made from time to time. We look at the Braves offense against the prospective Mound Builders defense, and some good returning pieces for that Mound Builder defense. Jarkevius Smith on the line. You've got Josh Carter in linebacker area. So as an offense, Coach Ennis, how do you prepare against players that have got a lot of experience under their belt and have also been able to make plays when time has been ready to make those plays?
As long as we go out and we execute within our system and our rules, we'll feel good about ourselves. All right. And now, believe me, I get it. You got to respect your opponent. And I got a lot of respect for their defense, their individual players that they've got back that have earned a lot of that respect. And we're not going out to offensively avoid a player or attack a player by any means like that. But we do make it really apparent and making sure our players are aware of the type of defense that will be here Saturday night. And it isn't going to be some walk in the park. There's a lot of respect that go to those guys that they've earned it. We're going to give them that respect, but game one, you couldn't ask for a better opportunity for us to be able to show what we can do for the rest of the season against probably one of the better defenses in this conference. So excited about it for sure.
Coach Barty, the same goes on the offensive side. Luke Barnes returns at quarterback, Jaquillis Coleman, then Keyshawn Jones. There are a lot of weapons for this Mound Builder offense, and it's kind of one of those where you're probably not going to be able to take them all the way, but you've got to at least try to take a couple away from those. And has that kind of been the process this week, getting ready for this game?
Yeah, personnel is a big component of what I think any defense does. I think that much like Coach Ennis, we respect all of their football players and what they do, but by no means am I going to say that I don't take a look, because I do very seriously, at what are their weapons and how do we not only defend ourselves against them, right? What do we do to take them away? But what are the pieces that we can attack, right? So with that kind of attacking mentality, that aggressive mentality, what are the ways that we can attack them? Not just what are the ways can we take those pieces away? For example, they have a very, very, very good quarterback, right? So, two methodologies, both of which we can use, are to either get really, really aggressive on how we attack the quarterback to make him make faster decisions, or try to take his weapons away so he doesn't have decisions to be able to make. You know what I mean? So changing those things up and knowing which personnel is where and what they're located. And when they're located in those locations, what are they doing and their strengths and weaknesses, I think is really, really important for us on defense. Now, from a mentality perspective, it never changes. Like Coach Hennis said, right? They've earned everything they have done. It's going to be a great opportunity for us to show what we can do. And by no means are we going to pull any punches because they have those weapons, right? At the same time, we have the knowledge of where they are, when they're in those locations, and what do they do, and then how do we attack them, right? I like to think of it as less of how do we defend those key players, how do we attack their key players, and how do we attack their weaknesses.
All right, for both of you, I know we'll start with Coach Barty. We'll let you answer this one, and then we'll follow it up with Coach Hennis. Give me a couple of keys for the Braves this weekend and with this game against Southwestern.
Yeah, you know what? I think starting out fast is really, really important for us from a defensive perspective and as a team perspective. I think if we start out fast, I think it's going to be really, really hard for us to get stopped, both on the defensive side and on the offensive side. Making sure the highs aren't too high and the lows aren't too low, right? Bad things are going to happen in the football game. We're going to give up touchdowns. Bad things are going to happen on offense. We're going to get stopped or we're going to throw a pick, but not letting those things affect the outcome of the game and the process by which we play, I think is really important. And at the same time, when we do something really good, we make it a big deal. And we also understand that we have to go out and then do it again, right? It's not a one-time thing, right? We're not one and done. We just scored a touchdown. We're going to go score another, right? We just stopped them on defense. We're going to go stop them again. So not letting the highs get too high, the lows get too low, coming out fast. And then, you know, communication is going to be a really big key for us. Communication and organization, not only on the defensive side of the ball, but as a football program, from the operation on the sideline to what we do on the football field, you know, and then how we come off the field and communicate adjustments that we may or may have to make, especially in game one where adjustments will have to be made. I think those are all really big keys in the beginning, you know, in the game for us, in my opinion. I would say the last thing for me is as a program is having this mentality of that we're going to attack this game, right? We're not looking to upset an opponent by any means. We're looking to win the football game, you know? And so I think having that mentality, that type of confidence, right? Not arrogance, but confidence that we have the ability to win the game and knowing that we can will take us a long way. We're trying to upset an opponent, right? We're trying to go out and win this football game, period.
Coach Hennis?
We talked as an offense about three things that we were kind of trying to really make sure we came out on top as an offense. And one was we wanted to win the turnover battle. You know, I think going into week one, you know, teams who emphasize taking care of the football, whether that be snaps, throws, running the ball, post catch, all that. Ball security is going to be something big going into this game. Whoever can win the turnover battle. 2, discipline. We need to win, and we play a disciplined football game. We're not false starting. We're not having illegal motions. We're not holding, putting ourselves in bad situations. Have to overcome. So those two things, and the last thing, we need to find a way to play faster and harder than they do. We need to give more effort. We need to come out in the first game. And like Coach Barty said, we need to come out fast and we need to give more effort than they're putting out and win those one-on-one battles. Maybe not because we're bigger, stronger, faster, or tougher, but we are going to find a way to give a little more effort to the guy across from us to win those one-on-ones. So those, you know, you come out on top on those three categories, we're going to be very pleased, I think, at the end of the night.
Well, guys, thank you so much for taking time out to discuss this one here. We'll talk to you again next week for another edition of Coordinator's Corner.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure.
Yep, appreciate it.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll hear from head coach Nick Davis as he gets ready to coach his first football game as the head man in charge with the Ottawa University Braves. But first, a break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO, KOFO.com, and on OttawaBraves.com.
ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-865-1168. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-865-1168. That's 800-865-1168. Again, 800-865-1168.
Welcome in to Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com, also OttawaBraves.com. And it's time now, and it's the first time we get to do this during pregame, is to have our fireside chat with the head coach of the Ottawa University Braves. And joining us for his first fireside chat is head coach Nick Davis. Coach, welcome in. Thank you for taking time out. You are a busy man on game day.
Thanks for having me. It's a great day to play football.
Walk me through the emotions you're feeling right now. It's obviously there's a lot of similarities. It's football. You've coached before, but you're the head coach now. This is your product, almost your baby. So walk me through the emotions. How are you feeling right now?
I'm just excited, but I'm approaching it just like it's any other football game. And there's a really big buzz within the community and on campus about this game. And I can't tell you the number of people that have came up to me this week and asked me how we're looking and if we're ready. So I'm just excited to go out there and kick off at 6 p.m.
Getting yourself prepared, getting your team prepared. What's the feeling in the locker room? A lot of butterflies, people fired up team-wise?
Yeah, I think always there's a mixture of, emotion. Some guys are going to be super excited. Some guys are going to be, slightly nervous, but everyone just needs to be confident and know that they need to go out there and consistently execute, and everything is going to work itself out.
You get ready for this game against Southwestern. This is a tough way, man. The schedule makers did not help out Ottawa at all for the first 5 games of the year. You get a lot of tough ones, especially opening it up against Southwestern. A lot of returning players, especially a quarterback, running back, and a wide receiver offensively. As you prepare and get ready, do you find that you can go off of what you've seen in the past, or do you feel like you might see some new wrinkles, or is this just kind of almost try to get to know each other early on in this ball game today?
Yeah, I mean, there's a mixture of, I think you're going to see certain things from them that they've been super successful, both offense, defense, and special teams. But there's also a year between when we played last. So I'm sure they've grown and overcome challenges on their end, and have created a better scheme and, developed better players since we saw them last. So, yes, you can get a little bit from them, but really week one's about yourself, I think. And I know that's coach speak, but if you take care of your end and you play with relentless effort and you're super consistent and you're disciplined and you take care of the football, you're going to give yourself a chance to win.
You have a lot of returning players for this team, and especially both defensively and offensively. What excites you most? We'll start on the offensive side, and let's start with maybe someone may not know a lot about. Who excites you that maybe is flying under the radar on the offensive side for Ottawa?
Yeah, I think one guy, if I had to just say one, is going to be JD Daniels, one of our transfers that was here in the winter. Obviously, Bob, you got to see him at the spring game, and some of our fans been able to see him in our scrimmages. Phenomenal young man, came here for his graduate degree I had been at 2 different Division I's prior and just wanted a chance to come compete, and he works his butt off. So I think he's a guy that is going to be the biggest surprise for someone who hasn't been around the program since seeing the game last year.
You bring up Daniels. Wide receiver wise, we have a lot of returners: Jones, Ziegler, Carell Hill. So a lot of experience, some speed, and some good hands out there.
Yeah, no, we're really excited about that crew. We also have a phenomenal group of tight ends that can catch the football, and Isaac Gibson and Jomar Davis and Tyrese Mickens and Eric McQueen. So we got 4 tight ends that we like to get the football to as well.
The lines, the trenches, everyone always talks about that's where everything starts from. We've had plenty of time, plenty of practices, scrimmage. Do you feel like that your offensive line is in a good spot right now? Do you feel like that they are gelling maybe early on?
No, they have a super tight bond. A lot of those guys have a lot of experience playing with each other. And, I think they're the most improved unit on our football team from last year. Maybe tied with our quarterback position, which I'm sure you're getting ready to ask me about.
Well, since you brought it up, we're going to talk about the quarterback spot. Today, at least listed as the starter, is Austin Zavala. Talk a little bit about what he showed in camp and that would give him the nod over maybe somebody else as a quarterback.
Yeah, we feel, I'm sure, much like Southwestern, who was able to start 3 different quarterbacks and be super successful last season. We feel that we have 3 starting quarterbacks. Austin's obviously going to take the first snap of the game, and we'll go if he throws for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. He may not come out today, but we feel good if there happens to be a lull in our offense that we're able to put 1 or 2 more guys in and be able to get a spark to get things going. So we're pretty fortunate in that regard that we feel we have 3 guys that can step in and phenomenal leaders. Everyone on our team thinks of those guys as leaders. They're part of our leadership group, the FAM Leadership Council. So Austin, just maybe edge those guys out by a little bit, but it's a very small margin, and we have 3 really good ones.
Defensively, obviously, this was your side of the ball and still is as head coach. Let's look at that also. Who's somebody on that defensive side? Maybe, and so you don't have to feel cornered at picking just one. Give me a few players that we should be looking out for this season.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of new faces for the Braves, you saw him a little bit on special teams, but AJ Hemphill, definitely a linebacker with a lot of energy that I'm super excited. He brings the wood a little bit and brings some enthusiasm too. He had a really good scrimmage against Mid-America Nazarene running around, and the Braves fans probably saw him on special teams smacking some people around last year. So I'm excited for him. Jan Kiwu is a defensive back that had some injuries last year, but started 2 years ago for us in different times. So I'm super excited about where he is. And then we have a really good group of freshman defensive linemen that we're excited about. And just one guy I'll talk about is Peyton Green from Missouri. And we're super excited about seeing him. And you're probably going to go see him today, make some plays on the field, hopefully.
So as we get closer to kickoff, walk me through some keys for today. And obviously turnovers are going to be, I'm going to take away that one. And turnovers are always going to be huge. What about weather? What about hydration? Things like that. Because it is going to be a warm one today.
Yeah, it's a hot game. So hopefully our guys have done their end of the bargain with the hydration. You see these week 1 games with a lot of cramping in the 3rd and 4th quarter. We're going to get some cloud cover at some point. The temperature is going to drop about 5 degrees, I think, right around 6 o'clock. When the sun goes down there in the 8:30-ish range, we'll drop the temperature a little bit. It's a little humid out there tonight, but definitely hydration is going to be huge. again, taking care of the football, effort, and being consistent. That's what we've preached all week on the offensive side of the ball. Defense got to run the football and tackle and be consistent. So that is our word for the year. Our team is selected as consistency. So we just have to try to be really consistent at being consistent.
Real quick before we let you go here, and it just popped into my head. You look at it, Southwestern, one of the teams that was defending conference champs, and so people are going to look at that, as there's a lot of swagger there. How do you get a message to your team, to your players, that, hey, look, they're just guys like you. They're no different. They just maybe execute a little bit better, or did that last year, or things like that. How do you keep your guys, your players, from maybe getting psyched out and not focused on what they should be doing, and more on the team across the way, and being concerned about being able to perform?
Yeah, honestly, Bob, I've probably mentioned the word Southwestern to our team this week 3 times. It hasn't been a huge deal. Whether that's right or wrong, we'll find out here at 6 p.m. I've stressed us, we over me, excuse me, be better for everyone. And our mindset is believe in us. So everything that we do as a program, it's all about, Ottawa University and Ottawa University football. So I've talked about them a little bit, just because, hey, they've seen them on film, and they're a good football team. And they're bringing a lot of really good football players here. And I've told them that. But it's the game of football. And if we take care of our end of the bargain, we're going to give ourselves a chance in the fourth quarter to potentially do what we need to do to come out with a victory today.
Well, Coach, thank you again for taking time out to join us for pregame and give us a little bit of a look at this year's team and kind of where you're at right now as you get ready to be the head coach of your first game for Ottawa University. Good luck. Go Braves. And hopefully we'll get to talk to you when this one's over.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate everything you guys do. And Otter on, everybody.
That's head coach Nick Davis. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get your starting lineups. We'll also take a look at today's weather. We'll have that and more. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO, KOFO.com, and also on OttawaBraves.com.
At Boot Barn, we have over 500 styles of Carhartt workwear with utility and function in mind. Outerwear built with Cordura technology that holds up against abrasions, scuffs, and tearing. Jackets built with Rain Defender technology that keeps you dry through rain and moisture. Work pants built with Rugged Flex, Carhartt's durable stretch technology built for maximum movement. It's utility for the toughest of workers. Carhartt at Boot Barn Work.
When you have an emergency, who do you call? 911. What do you do if you're unable to speak during your emergency? You text to 911. Franklin County Emergency Communications Center has recently added text to 911 technology as part of the new 911 phone system. Cell phone users can use their phone messaging system to text 911 to contact local dispatch. Phones must have a text or data plan in order to use this service, and phones in roaming mode, text apps, or apps messaging services cannot use this feature. It is important to note, dispatch is unable to determine your location while using this service, so always know your location and include that in your initial text. Remember, if you're able to place a voice call, we're able to help you more quickly. But in the event you are unable to speak, text to 911 will still allow us to get the information we need. Call if you can, text if you can't. For more information, go to kansas911.org or 911.gov. This message has been brought to you by the Franklin County Emergency Communications Center and KOFO.
Welcome back to Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO, KOFO.com. Also on OttawaBraves.com. And don't forget, on KOFO.com, you can now listen live as the streaming available is there. As you just go to the KOFO.com website, check out, look at the link at the top of the website, and just click on that and it'll take you to where you can live stream KOFO 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Right now, we're going to take a look at our starting lineups, and first we will start with your Ottawa University Braves offense.
Jackson Knight, tackle, Siloam Springs, Arkansas.
Madrid Steele, guard, Madisonville, Louisiana.
Trevor Concher, center, South Ogden, Utah.
Jamie Saldivar, guard, San Jose City, California.
TJ Osa, guard, Junction City, Kansas.
Isaac Gibson, tight end, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Corral Hill, wide receiver, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Jermaine Ziegler, receiver, Sarasota, Florida.
Corey Jones, wideout, Dallas, Texas.
Jared Daines, running back, Oberthorpe, Georgia.
Austin Zavala, quarterback, Chino Hills, California.
Now that we have met our offense for the evening, let's take a look at the starting defenders for the Ottawa University Braves.
James Gladden, defensive end, Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Peyton Green, nose guard, El Dorado Springs, Missouri.
Christian Coggs, D tackle, Lenexa, Kansas.
Santino G, linebacker, Lawrence, Kansas.
Jensen Riffle, linebacker, Lincolnville, Kansas.
AJ Hemphill, linebacker, The Bird, Colorado.
Jan Cole, DB, Olathe, Kansas.
Devin Johnston, safety, Leavenworth, Kansas.
Kyle Reynolds, safety, Farmington, New Mexico.
Samad Ali, defensive back, Detroit, Michigan.
Kevin Wade, cornerback from Fontana, California.
And now here's a look at the prospective lineup for Southwestern. We're going to start with the Mound Builders defense, and we're going to start on the defensive line. And starting off with a 6'4", 220-pound senior, Jarcavius Smith, followed at nose guard by a 6', 280-pound senior, Tyler Moorhead. And then a 6'1", 250-pound junior defensive end, Shane Rodriguez. Starting linebackers, a 5'11", 205-pound senior, Drew Smith, a 5'10", 210-pound junior, Josh Carter, a 5'10", 215-pound junior, Bakari Jackson, and the final linebacker, a 5'11", 195-pound sophomore, Will Hilton. Your secondary, the starting corners, 6', 160-pound sophomore, Tavion Williamson, and a 6', 160-pound sophomore, Richard Holmes. Your starting safeties, a 6', 190-pound senior, Landon Davis, and a 6', 190-pound senior, Riley Havrid. So that's a look at the Mound Builder defense. So let's take a look at that offense, and we will start with the offensive line, as we will start with a 6'3", 250-pound sophomore tackle, Nicholas Quillens, followed by a 6', 260-pound junior guard, Aaron Garcia, a 6'1", 260-pound sophomore center, Hayden Crawley. At guard, a 5'11", 300-pound sophomore, Penelotu Asele. And at tackle, a 6'1", 260-pound senior, Grayson Snyder. Starting tight end, a 6'6", 250-pound senior, Lake Hoffman. Your starting wide receivers, a 5'9", 170-pound senior, Keyshawn Jones. A 5'10", 170-pound sophomore, Zion Kenner. And a 6'3", 204-pound junior, Andre Jones. Starting running back, 5'10", 203-pound senior, Jaquilis Coleman. And at quarterback, 6'2", 210-pound junior, Luke Barnes. So that's a look at your starting lineups for both Ottawa University and for Southwestern. And let's take a look at your weather for this evening. It should be a great night for football. Temperatures will be in the mid-80s, hovering right around 86, 87, and it will be mostly sunny. The wind could cause a little bit of an issue, but not expected to a whole lot. And expecting wind gusts around 8 to 10 miles per hour for most of the ball game, and no precipitation expected for tonight's competition. So great weather on hand as we get ready for the home opener at Advent Health Field. So that's going to wrap it up for this portion of the pregame show. The next voice that you'll hear after the break will be that of Casey Weeder, as he'll have the call for you this evening here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com. I want to say thanks to him for filling in for me, as it's It's going to be a few weeks, but I plan on continuing on with the pregame to keep that rolling. And then hopefully I'll see you all soon out at the field to bring you Ottawa University Braves football. But we'll take a break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
Farewell complications, later stress, goodbye business hours. Want a new level of banking convenience? Say hello to the Arvest Go mobile banking app from Arvest Bank. With Arvest Go, you can deposit checks, pay bills, log lost or stolen debit cards. You can even pay people directly with just a tap. Arvest Go lets you bank virtually anytime, anywhere, and it's only from Arvest Bank. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities. Arvest Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The Ottawa Herald's new owner, Cherry Road Media, is bringing back local news to your local newspaper and want your help. Send news tips or story ideas to news@ottawaherald.com. For advertising, call Erica, 785-577-3935.
At a time of loss, you're already dealing with grief. The cost of a funeral service shouldn't add to it. This is Eric Price, funeral director and owner of Lamb Roberts Price Funeral Homes, providing affordable services for everyone. Find out more by visiting lamb-roberts.com.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Alexa, play KOFO.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
In Ottawa, Kansas, good evening and welcome to Ottawa University Braves football as the Braves play host to the 8th-ranked Southwestern College Mound Builders. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the season opener as OU takes on the defending KCAC champs. I'm Casey Weeder with you as the Nick Davis era begins with a matchup with one of the nation's best. Back in December, Davis became the 28th coach in program history after the retirement of Kent Kessinger and his 18 years of leading the program. We're going to go and take our first break as we're just moments away from kickoff. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Advent Health Ottawa invites you to Walk-In Wednesdays, a weekly hiring event from 10 to noon at 1302 South Main. They're currently looking for RNs, clinical and non-clinical support, and entry-level staff. Visit careers.adventhealth.com/Ottawa for details. Advent Health Ottawa is an equal opportunity employer.
If you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America.
We're at Ottawa University on registration day for new students, asking them why they chose to attend OU.
I'm excited to meet everybody, get to know a lot of new people, and just enjoy college, have fun. It just feels like home, small campus.
I liked the atmosphere here. It wasn't too big of a college, and that's what I was wanting, so I feel like Ottawa was a great spot for me.
Find out if Ottawa University is a good place for you. Visit online at ottawa.edu. Ottawa University. Prepare for a lifetime of significance.
Welcome back to Advent Health Field as both teams taking the field here in Ottawa as we get a matchup between the #8 ranked Southwestern College Mound Builders and your Ottawa University Braves. Braves coming off a 5-6 season a year ago, 4-5 in the KCAC. For Southwestern, 9-2 on the season. They were the co-KCAC champs as there were actually 3 teams tying for that conference title between Kansas Wesleyan, Bethel, and Southwestern. The Builders went on to take on Marion out of Indiana as they fell 21-17. And you look at that game on paper, Southwestern should have won that game. They outgained Marion in that matchup, but 3 turnovers doomed the Builders in that playoff game. And they come in as the #1 team in the coaches poll in the KCAC. So right out of the gate for Nick Davis and his program, they will take on the preseason KCAC champs in the coaches poll. And then in the media poll, it was Kansas Wesleyan who was selected as #1, with the Builders being #2 as Ottawa takes the field for the first time in 2022. as we look at some players for the Braves to look out for tonight. Devin Johnston, a returner at defensive back. He's been selected to the 2022 KCAC preseason football team. He was an AP NAI second team All-American and earned first team All KCAC defensive back in 2021. And he's going to lead this defense. And some other guys to look out for as far at the linebacker spot. I think that's a huge plus for Ottawa on the outside, as we'll see Samad Ali along with Santino G, who made the move to running back to linebacker a year ago. As Ottawa will be in the all black jerseys, black pants, new helmet decals this year. Braves will go with the arrowhead over the top of the helmet and the big OU on the side, compared to the arrowhead on the side of the helmet that Ottawa had during Coach Kessinger's time at Ottawa. For Southwestern, white jerseys, white pants, purple numbers with the black helmet, the Jinx logo on the left side of the helmet, and empty on the right side, as it will be Southwestern to kick it away. It'll be their all-conference selection. Gabriel Medrano made 52 extra points a year ago. He's preseason KCAC for punter, as he averaged over 40 yards per punt a year ago. As we look at the wind coming out of the south, it'll be only around 15 miles an hour throughout the day, or throughout the evening. It'll actually go down as we work our way through the evening. And for those that have tuned in to Ottawa football for the last 18 years, Bob Johnson is usually the voice of Braves football. He is out. You heard him during that entire pregame, an hour pregame show. I want to thank him for all his work on that. Had foot surgery just a few weeks ago, and he'll be out for a couple weeks. So I'll be filling in. I know we've got a few Braves basketball fans hopefully tuning in as well, as I've been on that call for the last 5 years, but taking over for Bob for a couple weeks till he gets back with us, as we are just about set for kickoff. Medrano, the righty. Braves are going to send back Devin Johnston. It looks like Dalen Johnson also back there as well, as Medrano is going to kick it away, and he's going to drive it into the end zone for a touchback. We'll wait to see which quarterback comes out. We always know the two deep can be an adventure going into week one of the KCAC season. There's been three teams that have already played a game going into today, as Friends, Bethel, and St. Mary all played last week. Friends and Bethel both picking up the win, St. Mary the loss. And one game has already gone final today, as Avila went to Hillsboro and won that game 41-7. Want to bring in color commentator for today, Bruce Tate, my partner during basketball season, going to do some football as well, as he also played football here at OU. So you'll hear his voice from time to time as we work through the evening.
Thank you, Casey. Nice to join you today.
So it will be Austin Zavala at quarterback, as they're going to, well, already have a stoppage as there's a ball in the end zone. So we'll try and get that figured out. Zavala with a two-back set. He'll have James Reeder to his right, Jalen Johnson to his left. So players that have been on this team for 4 years already, going into their fifth years at Ottawa. Braves with two receivers to the left, one to the right. We'll see a 3-3 setup here for Southwestern. They're going to give a fake the handoff, find Gunnar Madiri in the flat, and he'll pick up 8 or 9 as he's dragging defenders. On the tackle for Southwestern will be Riley Havard, and that'll be enough for an OU first down as he picks up 11. He gets all the way out to the 36-yard line.
Yeah, just a great start there for the Braves on the first play to pick up a nice first down.
So it'll be first down and 10 for OU from their 38. As the edges for Southwestern on the defensive line are really their strong suit. They've got a couple linebackers as well. The handoff's going to go to Jermaine Ziegler. He's going to pick up 5 or 6. He came in motion. Zavala handed it to him, and he'll pick up 6 yards on the play.
Great to see what he will, bring back to the table this season.
Ziegler, who had an injury after 4 games a year ago, had 8 catches for 167 yards and a touchdown against Southwestern in the KCAC opener last year down at Winfield. Zavala in shotgun. He'll look to the left side, throw it out in the flat. It's caught, picking up 3 or 4 yards and enough, getting near the first down marker. Making that reception was Malachi Pico, and he does move the chains as he picks up 3 yards. So they do give him the first down. So it'll be first down and 10 from the Ottawa 38. So 2 first downs picked up on this drive for OU after the touchback by the Builders. 2-back set. for Zavala. He's going to fake the handoff, and now he's going to pitch it to Madiri. He gets across the 50, falls forward into Southwestern territory, and a big hit by Correll Hill. Tackle on the play made by Drew Smith, the Paola product. And they will give him a gain of 4 on the play, brings up 2nd down and 6. Tyler Hennis taking over at offensive coordinator in his first season. Coached at Southwestern Oklahoma State a year ago, putting some wrinkles in there on the handoff to Madiri. Pistol look for OU. Zavala trying to go with the hard count. He has 5 on the play clock. Snap is high. Zavala going to keep it himself. Going to cross the 45. They're going to call him short at the 46. As it'll be, we'll bring up 3rd down and short for the Braves inside Southwestern territory at the 45. Braves again staying with that 2-back set in the shotgun. As it'll be Reeder and Johnson with 2 receivers to the right. Zavala, again, a long hard count. He's got 10 on the play clock. Zavala going to hand it off to James Reeder. Nowhere to go. He'll get swallowed up after a gain of about 1. Tackle on the play made by Bakari Jackson. The Braves with their first big decision, and they are going to elect to punt it.
Yeah, first great offensive possession here by the Braves. I don't think Coach Davis can be too disappointed about what the Braves did show with their first offensive possession.
Back to punt it for the Braves. It's going to be Adam Gilbert. 5'8" junior from Drexel, Missouri, average 36 yards a punt a year ago. Good snap. And the punt, sidewinder, tailing towards the Ottawa sideline, didn't catch it. And it'll be down just at the 30-yard line. As that's going to be an 8-yard punt. Yeah, spotted at the 30 and a little bit of a wind to punt into, but just didn't catch it well for Gilbert. Spotted at the 29 of Southwestern. This is a Southwestern team a year ago, averaged 37 points per game. They racked up almost 270 yards passing as they'll send out Luke Barnes, the transfer from Division I Troy. Last year threw for 1,600 yards and 17 touchdowns. 1st and 10 from the Builders from their 29. Coleman, the running back behind him. They'll show pistol. They'll go play action, trying to go deep. They want to go real deep. It's thrown down the middle of the field. It's through the hands of Keyshawn Jones, who is a favorite target of Luke Barnes. Braves' new defensive coordinator as well, Dante Barty, comes to the Braves from Southern Mississippi. He's also at the University of Cal Berkeley. 2nd down and 10. Barnes going to run a counter to the left side. Handoff goes to Coleman, and he's going to pick up 2 or 3. But whistles are flying. Guess they're wanting to reset the play clock. And we've got 3rd down and about 5 for Southwestern. They were able to get up to the Builder 35-yard line. Shotgun set for Barnes. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. He'll look left side. Braves show blitz. Pressure put on. Going to throw the crossing route. It's incomplete. He was looking for his tight end, Lake Hoffman. And it'll be 4th down. A.J. Hemphill on the coverage, and Southwestern will punt it away.
Man, just great job by the Braves defense there on the big stop. You can't, again, be disappointed with the first defensive possession here by the Braves. Great start for the Braves.
Getting him into 3rd and long is so key, especially with Coleman, who averaged almost 6 yards a carry last season. They held him up for just a 4-yard run on 2nd down. Madrano back to punt it away. had a long of 76 last season. He's got the wind at his back, and that punt was almost blocked. It's going to get a big bounce if Johnston doesn't down this. It's going to get inside the 5, inside the 3-yard line. They fall into the end zone, and that's going to be a touchback. Huge mistake there by Southwestern. That ball bounced at the 10. Madrano can't believe it. That ball should have been inside the 5.
Right. It looked like it just split both players right there, and that just took an odd bounce, and great break there for the Braves.
That's not a kicker bias either. Coming from maybe a little bit. When you get a punt like that, you've got to expect your teammates are going to make a play for you. Braves get really lucky. Johnston really didn't have a chance to make a play there, Bruce, as far as it bounced 10 yards in front of him and got a really good Southwestern bounce inside the 5, but it goes out of the end zone.
Yeah, very impressive punt there for Southwestern.
First down and 10 for the Braves from their 20. They were able to get into Builder territory on their first possession. New tailback in there for the Braves. That'll be Jared Daniels, the senior from Oglethorpe, Georgia, transfer from Alabama State. First time we'll see him as Ottawa goes pistol. 2 receivers to the left. They'll send a receiver in motion. That's Ontario White. They'll hand it off to Daniels. There's a little bit of a hole for him. He gets by one defender, hurdles a defender as he's forced out of bounds around the 27-yard line.
With great athleticism.
It'll be second down and 2 for the Braves from their 28 as Dalen Johnson checks in. The 5'7" senior from Mays, Kansas. Pistol look for Zavala. He is going to keep it on the read and throw it into the flat. He's going to find Malachi Pico again, and he's going to pick up the first down as he crosses the 30 out to the 33-yard line. That is the second reception for Pico. I mean, Braves have 5 or 6 backs on this roster this year, and that's without Derek Curtis, who is not playing today, the leading rusher from last year.
Right.
So hopefully we'll be back either next week or the week after. First down and 10 for OU, 9:36 remaining in the first quarter. No score between the Braves and number 8 Southwestern. Pistol look. They're going to send Ziegler in motion. Going to hand it off. That's going to go to Daniels. He's got some room. He's down the sidelines. He's still running and steps out of bounds near the 50-yard line. Huge hole on the right side of that offensive line, as leading the way for OU was Jackson Knight.
Yes, Daniels with another big play there. Almost broke one down the sideline. That would have been nice to see him get loose. I think sometime today he might break one.
Well, they mark him at the Ottawa 45. Thought he had made it up to midfield, but they're going to say he stepped out of bounds. It is enough for a first down, though, as he only needed 2. Zavala under center for the first time. Bunch look, and Southwestern crosses the neutral zone, and that's going to be 5 yards against the Builders. Up front for Southwestern, I mean, they've got a host of studs on that defensive line, specifically Shane Rodriguez, number 95, the senior from McLeod, Oklahoma, along with Marquise Jones, both those players all conference selections. So they'll mark this off. We first down and 5 for OU. Mentioned Drew Smith, one of the outside linebackers on the inside. It's Josh Carter, 5'10" senior from Wichita. He had 104 total tackles last year, first team KCAC selection and a preseason selection as well. Bunch look again for OU. One back in the backfield is Johnson. 2 receivers to the right side, and now Ottawa going to look to the sideline with 18 on the play clock. Defensive coordinator for Southwestern, Trevor Strong, in his second season. Zavala under center. They're going to hand it off to Dalen Johnson. Nice cut, spins by a defender, crosses the 50 out to the 46-yard line, where there were 2 or 3 mound builders there. Thought he was going to get hit at the line of scrimmage there, Bruce. A good spin move to get upfield.
Yeah, Dylan Johnson showing some explosiveness there off the line, and great spin, and almost broke that one loose, but great gang there by Johnson.
Second down and 2. Braves will send Corey Jones to the near side, Ziegler to the far side. So they'll have Isaac Gibson, the tight end, to the right. Pistol look again for OU and Zavala. I believe that's Daniels in the backfield. It is. They're going to hand it off to him. He's going to be tripped up at the line of scrimmage. He might have picked up a yard. Carter and Smith, both there for Southwestern. It's a gain of only 1. It'll bring up 3rd and 1. One thing we haven't seen yet, Bruce, is Zavala keep it, which we know he has plenty of speed. We saw that in the spring game.
Right.
And it's been a battle for this starting quarterback spot. Both quarterbacks very different. We'll most likely see Billy Maples at some point.
Right.
The former KU quarterback who played at Rochester Tech Community College last year, but he's a little more pocket presence. Zavala has the ability to get out and throw it on the run, and we'll see if we get a mix of both or whoever's got the hot hand today.
You're exactly right. It's be interesting to see how the quarterback play plays out.
They're going to run the option to the far side. Zavala trying to get to the first down marker, and he's stuffed at the 46. The far side official had a good line, and Ottawa's going to come up about half a yard short.
Oh.
I think you haven't gone for it. You didn't go for it on your first drive on 4th and 1, but they're going to send in the heavy package here. Or will they punt it away? Some confusion here from Ottawa. So I now see Kalen Kemp into the game. They're going to stop the clock here. The officials are to give us a measurement. But overall, Bruce, through the first 8 minutes of this game, Ottawa's offense has shown the ability to pick up some first downs. They've been deep in their own territory twice and really keep the clock running because Southwestern, as we saw, is going to try and go deep a lot today, as we saw in their first play of the game.
Yeah, I love the way that Coach Davis and his staff is currently managing this game, managing the clock. A lot of time is off here and no scores on the board. So, just keep chipping away in here. And it looks like this game is going to come down to big plays. And we'll see who is going to answer with
this current drive. 5 plays for 34 yards for OU. And I think they're going to be about a half yard short here, Bruce, after the measurement. So far, the Braves, 39 yards rushing to 21 yards passing. The Builders with 6 total yards of offense so far. And it is going to be short, so it'll be 4th down and 1 for OU. Heavy package into the game for the Braves. Looking like they are going to go for it. And Daniels is going to line up in a Wildcat look here in the backfield. So to the right of him, I believe that is A.J. Hemphill. Yes, it is. They're going to lead it off. Daniels driving forward. He didn't get it. Tried to go off the right side, did the Braves. That lead blocker for him was number 44, Ethan Merrill. And it's a huge turnover on downs after another good drive by the Braves, but they come up empty.
Yeah, just a little short there. I mean, get the ball to one of your best athletes and see if he can make a play. And sure, he's down on himself, but it looks like he gave great effort there to try to get the first. Great job there by Southwestern on getting the stop.
Best field position, which they started at their own 38 on their first drive. Now they'll start at their own 46. First down and 10 with 6:47 to go in the first quarter. Barnes with Coleman in pistol look. He'll look to the sideline. He's got 10 on the play clock. So we're starting to see some shadows creep out here at Advent Health Field. Barnes to Coleman, going to the left side, breaks a tackle, gets near the 50, still driving. Finally finished off by Kevin Wade on that far side. And A.J. Hemphill as well, maybe Kyle Reynolds, my apologies, instead of Kevin Wade. It's a gain of 5, and it'll bring up 2nd and 5. And there's a lot of options for Southwestern to run, Bruce. I mean, you look at that offensive line. At left tackle, Snyder's a preseason selection. At right guard, you've got Aaron Garcia, who's also preseason KCAC selection. And the tight end as well with Hoffman. So running the football will not be an issue for Southwestern this season. 2nd down and 5 for the Builders. They can hand it off to Coleman again, goes right up the middle, across the 50 to the 47. Held for a short gain. Will bring up 3rd down and 2. Third down and 2 for Southwestern as they are in Ottawa territory for the first time this evening with 5:46 to go in the opening quarter. 2 receivers to the right. Nearest will be Zion Kinner. Barnes with the hard count. Riffle looking like he was going to blitz for OU. Now he'll back off. We'll see if they try and go to it. Again, that pistol look. with Coleman behind him. Riffle showing blitz. They'll hand it off on a draw. He's tripped up at the 50. Riffle makes the tackle. See who else is that's Christian Coggs. Also there for OU, the only returner on the defensive line. The 5'7" sophomore from Lenexa comes up with a huge tackle, and now Southwestern with a decision here on 4th down.
Yes, big play there by the Braves defense once again. And, maybe Coach Davis has a lot of confidence in this defense here this year, and that's why, he attempted on that 4th and short.
See if Southwestern runs a play here or not, or maybe they try and draw Ottawa off sides. It's 4th down and 4 from the OU 48. Receiver in motion. They are going to run the play. Barnes to the right side. That pass is incomplete. No flag comes out. Looking for one was Keyshawn Jones, and Ottawa gets a defensive stop.
Yes.
And we saw first time tonight we've seen Tony Aono, the guard from last year on the offensive side, who's playing defensive tackle tonight, putting pressure on Barnes.
Yeah, Tony, it's great to see him back on the field this year. Came to camp this fall in just really, really good shape. So, any side of the ball that you put him on, I think he's going to help the Braves out.
1st down and 10 for OU from their 48. 4 minutes and 39 seconds to go in the first quarter. Other starters on that OU offensive line, which weren't sure if Daniel Sanchez was going to play tonight, but he is in there at left tackle, the transfer from Southwestern Oklahoma State. You've got Jamie Saldivar, Trevor Concher, Madrid Steele, and Jackson Knight on that offensive line. 2-back set for Zavala. They're going to go to Reeder and then leave it with Gunnar Materi. Trying to go deep. They're going to throw it down the hash, and that is going to be too far, as it was kind of a hand fight down the seam as Ottawa was looking for Gage Keaton. And on the coverage for the Builders was Tavion Williamson, 6 interceptions a year ago, and he was stride for stride.
He was.
Ottawa again back to the trickery, went with the reverse, and then pitched it back to Zavala trying to go for the big play.
Yeah, tight coverage. If we could just run under that a little bit and throw those hands up, officials may have thrown the flag on that, but great defense there by the Mound Builders.
Keaton, the freshman from Bartlesville, Oklahoma, 6'1", 178. Under center goes Zavala. One receiver to the right, one to the left. Braves go with a 2 tight end look. They're going to fake the handoff. Now they'll go right side to Daniels. Daniels gets by a defender, still driving across the 45. As he picks up medium yardage on 2nd down, it'll be 3rd and 5 for OU. But I like the misdirection so far. They sent Ziegler in motion that time, Bruce, and just that little bit of hesitation from Southwestern's defense gave Daniels enough.
Right. I mean, Coach Davis and Tyler is doing a great job of just throwing different looks here at this Mound Burner defense, and it's kind of hard to figure them out right now.
3rd down and 3 for the Braves from the Builder 45. High snap. Zavala's going to have to keep it. Can he get enough for the 1st down? He falls forward, but he's going to be short by about a full yard, and here we go again with 4th down and short. Braves have elected to punt once on 4th and short and then go for it once. Builders did the same on their second drive. Neither team has converted on 4th down so far.
Right. We're playing a lot of football in the 30-30 right now.
This game last year, a 41-13 win for Southwestern, but was 14-13 at the end of the first half. Braves actually struck first in that game to go up 7-0. Builders scored 14 straight, and then it was a touchdown from OU that got it to 14-13, and that was it for Ottawa offensively after that. Pistol look here on 4th down for OU. High snap. Zavala keeps it. He's got enough for the 1st down. Falls forward to the 40 as the Braves pick up the 1st down on 4th and 1.
Yes, great momentum swing here for the Braves offensively with a big pickup here. See what we can do with it.
And with now 3 minutes to go in this first quarter, clock not running for some reason. Play clock is, though. So it'll be 1st down and 10 from the Builder 40. Shotgun look. One running back to the right, trips to the far side for Zavala. He will go, will play fake and then throw it to Ziegler, who's hit hard on the far sideline, but makes the grab. Hard hit on that far sideline. That was Richard Holmes with the hit on Ziegler. The Braves went play action. Zavala also took a big hit on that play. It'll be 2nd and 1. Just a simple out route there And looking into having to fight the sun too is Ziegler, but he was buried into the turf. That throw was a little late there from Zavala. Did a good job of bringing that one in. Second down and 1, 2:28 to go in the first quarter. No score. Braves with now up to 81 yards of offense. Full house look for the Braves. They have 3 running backs. They're going to go down the far sideline and just couldn't find Dalen Johnson. Pressure was applied from the linebacker spot by Will Hilton, and that might have saved a touchdown.
Right.
Johnson had blown by the linebacker on that far side. But credit to Hilton for putting pressure and making Zavala let that one go a little early.
Yeah. Just a little better block right there, and that's 6 for the Braves, but good job for him getting the ball out on the rush.
Third down and 1 for OU. 2:09 to go in the opening quarter. It's the deepest into Southwestern territory Ottawa has been so far. Going with an offset look. Pico to the left side. Brace had 2 players in motion. Officials didn't see it. Now they'll throw the flag. And just trying to keep it himself as Zavala. He's short anyways. But it's going to cost Ottawa 5 yards unless Southwestern elects to turn it into 4th down as Zavala fell forward back to the line of scrimmage. Just a lot of confusion there from OU. It is that illegal shift on the Braves, and Southwestern, will they elect? And I think they are going to elect to keep it at 4th down here, Bruce.
Right.
Haven't seen a signal yet. That's what they're talking with head coach Brad Griffin on the far sideline. And what a job Griffin has done with this program in his 8th season. He's 44-38, but the last 2 years they went 7-2, then 9-2 last year, KCAC champs. This is a program that throughout much of the early 2000s really struggled.
Right.
Had some tough outcomes here. Braves actually went there in 2010 to reopen Jant Stadium and won that game 55-0. But it's been a back and forth battle since then. Program with 10 KCAC titles. They did elect to decline the penalty. So it'll be 4th down and 1 for OU for the 3rd time this evening. 2:03 left in the first quarter. One player that we haven't seen get involved yet is Corey Jones, the big man from Dallas, Texas. And they are going to actually bring him off the field here and go heavy. They haven't started the play clock at 23, so plenty of time for Ottawa to change formation. You see Johnson, Pico, along with Correll Hill into the game. And Ottawa going to run wildcat with Correll Hill. Southwestern moving everyone into the box. Hill with a running back to his left and his right. That's a wide receiver there. A lot of movement again, and that's going to be a penalty. As just 2 or 3 Braves moving on the play.
Yeah.
And now puts you in 4th and 6 from the Builder 36-yard line.
Yeah, just way too much confusion on that play. Braves not getting the play in on time and kind of threw the timing off for the offensive line there.
Going into the wind here, it's going to be, you don't want to try and kick a field goal in this situation with a freshman kicker. I've seen McMullen hit from 55 plus, but into a pretty good 10 to 15 mile an hour wind right now in this opening quarter. 4th down and 6 from the Southwestern 36-yard line. Braves are going to go for it, kind of in that no man's land territory on the Southwestern side of the 50. Builders looking like they're going to play that base 3-3. Zavala going to roll out to his right. Wanted to go deep. Has Keaton in the middle of the field. He gets by a defender. Falls forward across the 25. Down to the 23. And it's a 1st down for OU. And a gain of 13 on the rollout from Zavala to Keaton.
Yeah, just great patience there by Zavala. Just allowing that kind of drag route to develop there. And took a good hit. Delivered. And got the 1st down.
So 1st down and 10 for the Braves. The Southwestern 23, a gain of 13 on 4th and 6. 2 receivers to the left. Zavala with Daniels next to him. Now they're going to send him out to the far side as a wide receiver. 34 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. Ottawa going to take a timeout that was trying to avoid the delay of game. We have our first timeout here in Ottawa. No score between the Braves and number 8 Southwestern with 33 seconds remaining in our opening quarter. You're listening to Ottawa Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
We take your comfort seriously at Adamson Brothers Heating and Cooling. We'll make sure your AC is blowing cold for the hot days ahead. Call today and schedule a tune-up with our air conditioning experts. 242-9273.
There's no better way to support your favorite teams at Ottawa University than by showing up wearing Braves apparel from the OU Fan Shop. This is Cayman from the OU soccer team inviting you to get your t-shirts, hoodies, jackets, jerseys, and more at the OU Fan Shop. Located in the Gibson Student Center on campus, the Fan Shop is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. And if you can't make it to campus, you can still order online at ottawabraves.com and be the best dressed member of the Braves Nation. Thank you for supporting OU Brave Sports.
Ottawa University. Prepare for a lifetime of significance.
This is Walt Dangle of Dangle & Son Mortuary. Life goes on, and that means you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. You also should consider preparing for the inevitable. We can help with that. This is Dangle & Son Mortuary, setting the standard for funeral service.
Welcome back. Braves use their first timeout of the first half. They'll have 1st and 10 from the Southwestern 23. Zavala, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, as he's got an empty backfield. We'll have Isaac Gibson on the left side at tight end, and then I think that's going to be Tyrese Mickens as the tight end on the other side. Bruce, let's see if maybe they go with a little QB draw here.
No? Okay.
On first and 10 from the 23.
Well, you called the play last time when they kept it, so see if you go 2 for 2 here.
They're going to fake the handoff, and Zavala falls down. He was running the read there with Daniels in motion. Ottawa set it up really well. Unfortunately, Zavala loses his feet. It's a loss of 5. But out of that timeout, you knew Southwestern was fresh on the D-line, maybe catching him come up field a little too much and catch him sleeping. Instead, it's a loss of, they call it a loss of 5, and maybe Ottawa lets this one just run into the second quarter as we're under 10 seconds remaining in the first. And they will come to the sideline. That takes us to the end of the first quarter. No score between the Braves and number 8 Southwestern from Advent Health Field in Ottawa, Kansas. You're listening to Ottawa Braves football on KOFO.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PARK for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PARK for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PARK.
Welcome back. At the end of the first quarter, Ottawa and Southwestern knotted up at 0. And so far, offensively, Braves 22 plays for 90 yards. The Builders with 7 plays for 12. Braves will start with the football in the second quarter. Tied at 0. It'll be 2nd and 15 after the loss of 5 on first down by Zavala as he slipped in the backfield on the read option. Zavala going to go under center. Corey Jones at the numbers on the near side. Receiver to the far side as well. Braves go under center with Zavala. They're going to send Ziegler in motion. They're going to fake the handoff. They got Ziegler in the flat. It's going to be caught. It was partially tipped. He gets by a defender inside the 20 down to the 15. And it'll be just short of a first down, but a gain of 13 on second down. And they just kind of sent a swing route there for Ziegler, Bruce.
Yep.
And if that ball wasn't tipped, he probably scores.
You're exactly right. Just with his ability to break big plays and that speed, he could have got to the end zone for 6, but great patience to come back to that football on the deflection.
The shadows have creeped out to the hash on the near side. So Ottawa receivers, at least on this near side, have a chance to see that ball looking back towards the sun. 3rd down and 1 for OU. 2 receivers still left. 1 running back in the backfield. They send a receiver in motion. Looking to the middle of the field. Antonio White all alone in the end zone. Oh, it goes through his hands and then crashes into the padding. And another decision here. It's 4th and 1 for OU. From the Southwestern 14. Are they going to elect to kick this? They are, and they're going to send out the freshman Lewis McMullen, 5'9", 157 pounds from Olathe. As McMullen played at Olathe West. I think I said Olathe Northwest with Coach Davis the other day. Hopefully we didn't have any owls that were listening to that when I made that mistake during the coach's show. They'll spot it at the 21-yard line. So a 31-yard field goal attempt from the right hash for McMullen. Out of the hold from Gilbert. Good snap. Kick is up. And it is good. As Ottawa takes a 3-0 lead on the 31-yard field goal from Lewis McMullen. We'll take a break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on KOFO.
All of us at Kansas State Bank thank you for seeing the value of what a hometown bank means to our community. This is Bank President Roger Maxwell, and we've done our best during these most trying times to be here for you and your banking needs. For over 100 years, Kansas State Bank has known the value of the past, the importance of the present, and the innovation of the future. Kansas State Bank, member FDIC.
Does experience matter when your vehicle needs repairs? It does at Beanie's Body Shop and Repair in Ottawa. Our mechanics have decades of experience in the business of making sure you and your vehicle are safe on the road. When you need repairs and peace of mind, call 785-242-4082.
Advent Health Ottawa invites you to Walk-In Wednesdays, a weekly hiring event from 10 to noon at 1302 South Main. They're currently looking for RNs, clinical and non-clinical support, and entry-level staff. Visit careers.adventhealth.com/Ottawa for details. Advent Health Ottawa is an equal opportunity employer.
Lewis McMullen caps off a 12-play, 38-yard drive for the Braves. Took 5 minutes and 24 seconds. And a 31-yard field goal for the freshman. Ottawa only has 10 players on the field right now. And now they'll bring Samad Ali out there. He's always willing to hit somebody. So not a bad choice if you're needing someone to come out there. Now it's hard to tell. They've got Samad also wears 13 along with Adam Gilbert, who's wearing 13. So the only way to tell is those turquoise shoes that Adam Gilbert, the punter, has on. On to kickoff for OU. That's actually going to be Brett Turner to punt it away from the left hash. Turner's going to drive this one all the way to the end zone, and out of the end zone is Keyshawn Jones going to elect to let that one go out of the back. And the freshman Turner, 6-foot freshman from Springfield, Missouri, blasted out of the end zone his first kickoff as a Brave. Braves brought in 4 kickers this offseason. They did not return a kicker from a year ago. 14:15 to go in the first half as we are into the second quarter here in Ottawa. It's going to be as the Builders go from right to left on the radio dial in that second quarter. Barnes in pistol look, sends the tight end to the right side. It's going to drop back, look to the left side, still dropping back, throws it out in the flat. Lots of room for Coleman. Coleman's going to pick up 7, and then he's going to take a couple steps backwards. Only going to gain about 5 on the play. He was across the 30 to the 32, took a step backwards, and they're going to mark him at the 30. Picks up 5 yards. It'll be 2nd and 5. A.J. Hemphill on the tackle, along with Jensen Riffle, 5'11" sophomore from Lincolnville, Kansas. 2nd and 5 from the Builder 30-yard line. And Santino G playing on the edge now here, Bruce.
Santino G may be one of the most athletic kids on the field, though.
Barnes hands it off to Coleman as they're trying to establish the run game. He powers across the 35, across the first down marker to the 36. And that'll be a first down. James Gladden on the tackle. Gladden, who graduated from Platte City. Puts down hometown from Chattanooga, Tennessee. I know he's feeling after Smithfield coming up the win over Platte City. That's a huge rivalry on the Missouri side.
Right.
10-7 game last night. Two powerhouses in 4A over in Missouri. First down and 10 for the Builders from their 36. Heavy set to the left side. Barnes hands it off to Coleman again. Tries to bounce it outside. Gets past two. Braves now three. He's out to the 50 and steps out of bounds. Braves had 3 or 4 defenders there, Bruce. Just couldn't bring him down, and it's a big gain for Coleman. And another Builder first down.
Yeah, you're exactly right. If you make contact with Coleman, it's very important that you do wrap up and try to bring him down as soon as possible before he gets that momentum.
Gets to the 49 of OU. It'll be first and 10 with 13-16 to go in the second quarter. Braves up 3-0. Empty set for Barnes. Got 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Go with the hard count, then look to the sideline. A lot of chess played. Now, if you can get lined up quick enough, gives you time to survey the defense and change the play if needed. They're going to stay in that same formation, though. They'll send Keyshawn Jones in motion. Now he's going to slip. They're still going to hand it to him. He's got space. Across the 45, Jones trying to get to the sideline. He's tripped up at the 40. And a good tackle by Kevin Wade.
Yes.
But it is another first down and a gain of 10.
Great tackle there by Kevin Wade. Definitely fighting off that block there. Played him straight up and brought him down.
Wade, the 5'9" junior from Fontana, California. But that's 3 straight plays that have resulted in first downs for Southwestern as they are into the Ottawa, down to the Ottawa 39. Trying to respond to the field goal from OU. Going to stay in that empty set is Barnes. They'll bring another back in the backfield. That's David Roper. Shotgun look. They'll hand it off to Roper. Big space across the 35 down to the 32. And they're finding plenty of holes right now. That's a gain of 7 on first down for Roper. 6-foot senior from Arlington, Texas. And the officials are going to stop the clock.
The media timeout, or
I think the official actually got the worst of that on that play. He's holding the back of his head there.
Okay.
The umpire, they're going to give him a second to reset, and maybe a blessing in disguise for OU. Southwestern is driven right down the field. 5 plays for 43 yards already. But it's the last 4 plays that are worrisome for OU, and I think we are going to have our first media timeout, which have been incorporated this season to help deal with heat issues. So we'll go ahead and take that timeout. It's 3-0 OU, but Southwestern driving with 12:16 remaining in the second quarter. You're listening to Ottawa Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Add Gain scent beads for an even longer-lasting scent.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the Endless Summer Sale, August 26th through September 5th, and get 30% off paints and stains with prices starting at $29.39. That means 30% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, 30% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Out of the media timeout, second down and 3 for Southwestern from the OU 32. Roper to the left of Barnes and shotgun, 2 receivers to the far side. They're going to bring a blitz. They want to go deep, and that's got to be a pass interference as Jones is shoved out of bounds on the play, as that's Keandre Polanco on the coverage on the far side, and maybe help prevent a touchdown. He was shoved. Keyshawn Jones was almost shoved to the first lane of the track on that play, which trying to see if that was in 5 yards, which about 8 or 9. So it's going to be pass interference. Officials are still discussing it, though. We'll hear from our white hat here shortly. So it is a pass interference and takes it all the way down inside the 15. I'll wait for the final spot. It takes it down to the 18-yard line. So they go into the red zone for the first time. Do the Builders. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for Barnes. First down and 10. Roper in the backfield. They'll hand it to him. Lots of space. He gets near the 10-yard line before Jensen Riffle makes the tackle. I thought the ball might have popped out there at the end. Ottawa says they've got it. The officials, though, say not the case. A.J. Hemphill actually came up with the ball. Second down and 3 after a gain of 8 for Southwestern. An impressive drive after the Braves took the lead with a field goal on their previous drive. 1 receiver to the right, 2 to the left. Barnes under center for the first time. He'll have Coleman 7 yards behind him. Second down and 3 from the OU 11. Barnes, counter handoff to Coleman. Great juke move. He'll get down to the 5. Still driving is Coleman. Inside the 5, down to the 3. And if you don't get leverage, it's going to be a long day as Jock Willis Coleman, who is now the featured back after we, for the first time in a long time, don't have to say Keyshawn Wyatt with the handoff, as he just tortured Ottawa for 5 years. He is now a graduate assistant on that sideline. But this is Coleman's gig now.
Coleman, and he's shown having a impressive evening here, just taking Braves with him.
First and goal from the OU 3. Barnes in shotgun, Coleman to his right. Barnes hands it off. Oh, he'll fake the handoff, throws it to the back of the end zone over the head of intended receiver. That looked like that was number 80. That was Andre Jones, 6'3" senior from Austin, Texas. And just maybe some miscommunication. That ball thrown on a line. Jones was looking for that to be lofted to the pylon. But honestly, that hole was so big on the play action that it would have been a walk-in touchdown. It'll be second and goal from the OU 3. Braves trying to get some subs in there. Running in late for the Braves is Preston Bratton. Tight end in motion. Shotgun look. The ball's on the turf. Ball's on the turf. Coleman dives down. Did he get it back? 2 or 3 Braves there as he fell down near the 3-yard line. I think Coleman got it back, though. He managed to scoop it up. No, they're going to say Ottawa has it. And I want to say that's Bratton who picked up that loose ball. He did. He was running on late. And Southwestern talking about it. But a huge turnover, the first of the game.
Huge.
And Barnes couldn't decide. And now the officials are putting up third down. Southwestern's offense coming back on the field. So I have no idea what's happening here. Now we're going to hear from our official again. And first look, it looked like Coleman got it back, Bruce. But they need to decide where this ball is spotted.
Right.
Because it moved forward, which it's supposed to go back because he kind of kicked it forward. So it's supposed to go back to where it was originally spotted.
Right.
Which would have been the 3.5-yard line. And now it is going to stay with Southwestern. It's going to be third and goal from the OU 3. Huge break there for Southwestern, and the officials not really giving Ottawa time to get their defense out there. Officials going to start at heavy backfield. They're going to hand it off to Coleman. He's inside the 3, and he's going to be stuffed at the 1. And it's going to be fourth and goal upcoming for Southwestern.
That's a great job there by the Braves defense.
Samad Ali makes the play, and they're going to spot this at the 1.5-yard line. They're going to bring in the heavy package on fourth and goal. And Southwest are going to take a timeout. I think they're going to think about it here. And it is a timeout by Southwestern. It'll be fourth and goal from the 2 when we return. You're listening to Ottawa Braves football on KOFO.
Back to school safety includes the school bus. Watch for yellow or red flashing lights, obey the stop arm laws, and even when the lights aren't flashing, keep an eye out for the children when the buses stop. A back to school safety reminder from your friends at CarStar Ottawa. CarStar, relax, we'll take it from here.
Quality Structures is helping you build the rural American dream today. No more some days. Whether you're wanting a garage for your toys, a riding arena for your horses, or storage for your equipment, Quality Structures is there. Visit Quality Structures in Richmond or online at qualitystructures.com.
Welcome back with 10:18 remaining in the second quarter. Ottawa leading 3-0, but Southwestern has got 9 plays and 72 yards. And we'll have 4th and goal from the 2. Braves thought they had a turnover on the previous play, a fumble by Coleman. He was able to get it back, but Ottawa makes the stop, and now they need their fans one more time to get on their feet on 4th and goal from the 2. And might see a little wildcat look here. No, they're actually, there's Barnes under center. It's going to have Coleman right behind him on 4th and goal from the OU 2. Coleman in more of a fullback look here, just right behind Barnes. They're going to hand it to him. Coleman drives. He's into, wait to see from the officials. He slipped in the backfield. The officials say the one on the far sideline is marking it short of the end zone. I think Ottawa stuffed him. And this is another decision. He slipped in the backfield and did not fall forward, but we'll wait for the officials to make the signal. Official on the far side started signaling with his hands, waving them back and forth. And now the referee has hopped in there. Still no signal. Yeah, they're going to mark this short. Ottawa's got the football as they've turned over Southwestern on downs for the second time. And I think there was a little bit of miscommunication between Barnes and Coleman again, as far as I don't think he knew Coleman was only 2 yards behind him.
Right.
Tried to put that one more up near the shoulder pads instead of in the belly. And Coleman took some time to readjust and got stuck at around the half-yard line. And a huge play by the OU defense. I mean, that ball is eerily close to that goal. I mean, that's only the tip of the football has to cross that goal line to get the touchdown. But OU stops the Builders. They went 10 plays on 73 yards. Took 4 minutes off the clock. And now Ottawa starts from the half-yard line, their own half-yard line. And the Builders showing blitz. Zavala under center. Daniels behind him. Zavala almost gets Southwestern to jump, and now he's going to look to the sideline. Braves with 9 on the play clock. 1st and 10 for OU from their own 1-yard line. Zavala going to hand it off to Daniels. He's on the stretch play. He gets outside across the 5, near the 10-yard line before he's pushed out of bounds. Braves go with that stretch play to the far side. Good block by Corey Jones to spring him. Usually you don't have to say that when you're at your own half-yard line. Thought we might see a QB sneak, and I think Southwestern thought that as well, Bruce.
Right. Great job there by the Braves offense. Great patience by the offensive line there, staying disciplined, allowing Daniels to stretch it there to get to the outside to get to the Braves some breathing room.
2nd down and 3 for the Braves from their own 8. Again, under center goes Zavala. Jones to the far side, Ziegler to the near side. Zavala, hand off to Daniels. Took some time. He's going to be tripped up, a loss on the play. Nowhere to go. Braves basically ran the same play just to the other side of the field.
Right.
And now Trevor Concher is down. He's rolling around. He's back up on his feet. That ball goes back near the 5-yard line when that tackle was made. Madrid Steele out of the game. And now 3rd down and 8 from their 3. And Concher's now going to go down. And that could actually save OU here as
Grant.
I think he got him and who else was out there. Like him and Steele got their legs caught up on that play, and Concher's the one who got the worst of it.
At first he was mad that he was coming out.
Do they charge Ottawa with a timeout here? You saw Brad Griffin on the far sideline.
Oh, rightfully so. Yeah, absolutely.
Asking, which it was under 8 seconds. Ottawa does still have 2 timeouts. At halftime, I want to remind everyone we will have Dr. Kent Kessinger joining us to talk about what he has done since retiring from coaching football. So we'll talk with him at halftime. Specifically told me that he could not come up here to call the game Amy would not allow him to do that, but he could come up for a quick interview at halftime.
Right.
So
right.
when you have your first half in 18 years that you don't have to be calling plays,
I know.
Got to spend it with family.
That's what my wife said too.
But here you are with the headset, so we're good. We're good, right?
Yeah. Basketball come around. He's get on the mic. He said, "What are you doing?" Like, no, it's a good time. It's a good time.
3rd down and 8 for OU. Braves did have to get Kalen Kemp into the game at center. They're going to fake the handoff. Zavala rolls right. He wants to go deep. Going to throw it down the sideline, looking for Ziegler. He's going to be shoved out of bounds. Officials not going to throw the flag. They've let the defenders be pretty physical today. In on the coverage for the Builders, as that looked to be, well, it was number 32, not on the 2D. That's Landon Davis. And it's going to be 4th down for the Braves as they'll punt out of the shadow of their end zone at the 3-yard line.
Yeah. The only thing I can say there, the officials maybe thought that the ball wasn't playable.
It was a good ball. Zavala really put it where he was either Ziegler or no one was going to make the grab. As Gilbert will punt it, and he's going to have to punt it to Keyshawn Jones, who is not who you want to see back there. He averaged 20. Take a look here. On kick returns 23 yards a punt. That snap goes over the head of the punter and out of the end zone. It's going to be a safety, which might not be the worst thing there, to be quite honest. There, Bruce. He did have the wind at his back, did Adam Gilbert, but that snap over his head. And it's a 3-2 lead for the Braves in the top of the 4th inning. No, it's 8:55 remaining in the 2nd quarter, Bruce.
Right, absolutely.
We're not at Dick Peters Sports Complex right now. Calling some baseball.
Man.
Braves welcoming Jonathan Freemeyer, new head coach, coming over from Kansas Wesleyan.
Yep.
After Gabe Grinder went down to UT Permian Basin, Braves have had a couple coaches head that. Sam Schaefer, Sam Mendez, who went down there as well to coach softball. So we'll call it Ottawa South at this point, Ottawa Southwest.
Yeah, don't know about that orange, but
it's a lot. It's a lot of orange. So, a lot of orange. So we'll see if Ottawa elects to look like they're going to send the kicker out. It'll be Turner, who will kick it from his 20-yard line. And after Ottawa stopping the Builders on 4th down from the 1-yard line, Braves go 3 and out, and then the snap that goes over the head of the punter. So 8:55 left in the 2nd quarter as Turner will kick it away. It's going to be returnable for Jones. Drives him back to the 15-yard line, though. Keyshawn Jones. He's going to try and take it down the sideline, has some space, and hit at the 40. Falls forward to the 43 after a deep kick there from Turner.
Yeah.
On the tackle is Santino G, and that Ottawa defense, who was on the field on that last drive just a few minutes ago for over 4 minutes, is going to be asked to try and get a stop here, leading 3-2. Barnes with Roper to the left, 2 receivers to the left side. They'll send the tight end in motion. Shotgun for Barnes. Barnes fakes the handoff, throws it in the flats, finds his tight end Hoffman. Hoffman to the 50, driving forward and wrapped up at inside Ottawa territory to the 46. Making the tackle is Devin Johnston. And Hoffman, again, he got his legs tangled up.
Yeah.
He seems to be limping. I mean, the size on this Southwestern team, Bruce. Hoffman goes 6'6", 250, and he electing to stay at home from Winfield, Kansas. Preseason KCAC selection. Hoffman, we're going to have to stop play to have him get off the field. But you elect to put in 6'4", 214 Josh Boynton. So not a bad deal there.
Absolutely.
It's enough for a first down as he was able to get into the Ottawa, down to the Ottawa 48. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for Southwestern. 8:10 to go in the 2nd quarter. Roper gets the handoff. Lots of space. He gets into the 2nd level, and he's hit hard at the 45. Riffle was there. along with Jacob Infranca, a 5'11" freshman from West Covina, California, wearing number 91. That's a tough number to pick up after Jacob Garcia wearing that number for the last 5 years and picking up 4 All-American honors during his time. It's a gain of 3 on the play. 2nd down and 7. Roper stays in the backfield. We haven't seen Coleman on this drive yet, Bruce. 2nd and 7. Barnes, lots of time, going to throw the route. It's going to be caught and around the 40, getting by one OU defender as that grab was made by Andre Jones. He's just going to be a couple yards short of the 1st down. Good pressure, though, by OU, and it's 3rd and 2.
Yeah, next stop here. Braves are needing to slow down this Mound Builders offense that's just continuing to move the ball down the field. And like you said, Coleman has not been out here.
Flag just comes flying in from... Oh, it's going to be a sideline warning on OU. I'd say the linesman on this near side throwing it almost immediately after both teams set up in their formation. It's going to be 3rd down and 2 from the OU 40. Same formation, Barnes and Roper together in the backfield. One tight end to the right side. Barnes, long count, going to hand it off. Roper stuffed at the 40, driven back, and it's going to be Christian Coggs again. Getting lower leverage, goes by his defender, which he's having to deal with the left guard, Peneloto Asaeli from Euless, Texas, played at 6'8" powerhouse Trinity, 5'11", 300, and then the center Hayden Crawley, 6'1", 260. And a huge stop there for Christian Coggs in the Ottawa defense. That'll be 4th and 4. Coggs, the 5'7" sophomore from Lenexa, makes the big play. They're going to send out the punting unit. Going to go with this spread punt look on 4th and 4. 6:27 to go in the second quarter. Braves still leading 3-2. Madrano going to spiral one near the far sideline, and Johnson calls fair catch at the 10-yard line. Started out with a little rugby style look.
Yep.
Ottawa did a nice job of closing the gaps. They call fair catch at the 14. The Ottawa defense, Bruce, able to get off the field.
Yeah, once again. But yeah, Christian Coggs, man, that was just a huge stop for the sophomore. Got a bunch of experience last year as a freshman, and that's one's for the books there for him on that play.
One thing to remember: Jacob Garcia, graduate assistant Cole Greenwood, another stud defensive tackle here at Ottawa, also on this defensive staff. As head coach Nick Davis actually moving to the offensive side now, coaching tailbacks. Trips to the near side for Zavala. He's going to throw it out in the flat, and Ziegler's just going to be upended at the 10-yard line. They had a play there. Jones unable to keep his block, and the tackle made on the play by Will Hilton again. It's going to be a loss of 2 or 3. Ottawa had numbers, just unable to get hat on hat. And Ziegler, after that play, took a shot to the shin on the tackle, and he's going to limp off.
Yeah, just great defensive play there by Hilton. Can't write it any better, fighting off that block and making a big play there on Zig.
2nd and 12, 5:42 to go in the second quarter. Something to remember, Braves got the opening kickoff, Bruce. Got to find a way to pick up a first down here and run some clock before you give it back to the Builders at a minimum. Shotgun look for Zavala, hands it off to Dalen Johnson. Not a lot of room. He crosses the 10 to get back near the original line of scrimmage. Is there a flag on the play? And this, if it's against OU, would put them back inside the 10-yard line near the 5.
There has to be a hold.
But if it's on Southwestern, that's a big play for them, because give Ottawa 15 yards and finally get out of the shadow of their end zone. This offensive line is held up with these 2 defensive ends for Southwestern so far. We haven't said a whole lot about Jarkarius Smith or Shane Rodriguez. Jarkarius Smith, the transfer from Texas State down in San Marcos.
Yeah.
Also, we're curious if take a look and see where Jarkarius played his high school football. Yeah, he played at Grand Prairie. So that would be potentially with Corey Jones, who played for the Gophers out of Grand Prairie High School. Anytime you get a chance to talk about some Texas schools, Bruce, you know how it is for me. It is a face mask on the play, and that's going to give Ottawa a first down.
Nice.
First down and 10 for OU all the way out to the Braves 30-yard line. Like they were pinned back inside their 10 for 8 or 9 plays. Finally getting out of there. 2 receivers to the right inside the numbers. 1 to the far side. 5:04 remaining in the first half. Zavala snaps it, but going to be called for delay of game. I thought he got it off in time. And it'll be a delay of game on OU. And right after the penalty by Southwestern, Ottawa commits one of their own. And that was part of the problem last year against Southwestern. Braves had 11 penalties for over 100 yards in that game. It'll be 1st and 15 for the Braves from the 25. Now the clock does continue to wind. Seen Bill Belichick use this from time to time. We're not saying assistant coach Tyler Hennis is using this, but it's not a bad tactic to try and run off another 20, 25 seconds if you need to. 4 receivers set. Zavala on the slant, and did Ziegler hang on? He did. Juggled it near the 34, makes the grab.
Nice.
That is a dangerous juggle because the defender was right on his back. That was the linebacker Carter, who was on coverage in the slot. As Ottawa does pick up 8 on the play, it'll be 2nd and 7. From the OU 33, empty backfield for Zavala. Sends Ziegler in motion. Zavala hands it off to Ziegler right down the seam. He'll get near the 40. He's tripped up at the 38. Any way you can try and get the ball to Jermaine in space, it's going to give you a chance.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's something that we missed, last season, just with his versatility to get on the outside and also do things from the backfield.
Southwestern has all 3 timeouts with 3:38 to go in the second quarter. Quick snap. They're going to hand it off to Daniels. He's got space with the first down. Down the sideline is Daniels, and he's pushed out around the 45. Enough for an OU first down. Braves go with the quick count that time, Bruce.
Right. Yeah, just keep changing the pace and, wear that good size Southwestern Mound Builder D-line down a little bit with you got one guy down, over there on the far side too.
And that looks to be, it's going to be Will Hilton, number 31, who's down, which the officials have called timeout. We'll keep it here for now, Bruce. 3:31 to go in the first half, and Ottawa leading 3-2. The defense has come up with some big plays, but these long drives from the Braves offense, being able to keep that lethal Southwestern offense on the sideline.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Just, keep moving the football as much as you possibly can, taking care of it, chipping away, keep taking that time off the clock. And then hopefully the Braves can break for a big play here. Like you said earlier in the game, Corey Jones is still quiet, be a big target there on the outside if we can find him here right before halftime.
Well, how long is head coach Brad Griffin going to keep those timeouts in his pocket at this point too? Which, looking at the flags, the wind has calmed down a little bit. So Madrano, who's got lots of range, I believe he was the one who made that 55-yarder against Avila a couple years ago that won them that game at home down in Winfield on the last play of the game. So he's got range. It's 1st and 10 for the Braves from their 46. Daniel started out in pistol, and now he'll join Zavala in shotgun. High snap. Oh, Zavala, maybe some miscommunication. Going to have to keep it himself. He's going to be brought down at the line of scrimmage and takes a big shot from defensive lineman Shane Rodriguez as he was looking to hand that off to Daniels, who had already
take off.
Already gone.
Yeah.
2:49 to go in the half. Checking in for the first time for the Braves is Jamar Davis, the 6'4" junior from McKinney, Texas. Listed as a tight end, but I've seen him before in practice, Bruce. He can play in the slot as well, has really good speed.
Yeah.
Braves have some talented tight ends along with Isaac Gibson, the sophomore from Bixby, Oklahoma. 2nd down and 10 for the Braves. Two receivers to the right, one to the left. Zavala looking to his left. Lots of pressure. They throw the tunnel screen to Jones. Jones at the 50, still working his way into Southwestern territory to the 45. They'll mark him at the 46.
No.
But they're going to say third and manageable. It'll be third and just short. Official on the far side looked like he had Ottawa at the 44.
Oh.
Near side official has him at the 46. 2 minutes remaining in the opening half. Braves up 3-2 on number 8 Southwestern in the opener for both these teams. A year ago, Ottawa had already played Oklahoma Panhandle State down in Oklahoma. Southwestern had not played a game, so Builders had some film on the Braves. Third down and 1 for OU from the Builder 46. Shotgun look, trips to the far side. Zavala, and it goes through the hands on the hitch route. He was looking for Sayshawn Tucker, and he was open in space at the 40, would have had the first down, goes through his hands, might have sailed it just a bit to Zavala, and now Ottawa will punt it. More importantly, the clock is stopped, Bruce.
Right.
We look back at that one as a little bit of a mistake there with 1:34 to go. And all 3 timeouts left for the Builders as Adam Gilbert will go back to punt. The last one the snap went over his head. He had an 8-yard punt to start the game. So probably pretty happy that he's got the wind at his back here. Which last year, Gilbert had 17 punts inside the 20. This one, though, hanging up near the 20-yard line. Jones able to call the fair catch at the 19. So that one does go inside the 20. As that is a 29-yard punt. So 1st and 10 for the Builders in hurry-up mode, but they do have all three timeouts first.
Yep. Like you were saying, and Braves' last play there, pretty confident to call a pass play there in that short yardage situation. And that was the disadvantage, of attempting that play. Clock did not start, and Mound Builders able to save their timeouts there.
1st and 10 for Southwestern from their 19. And flags will fly as there's some movement up front. And I tell you what, Bruce, defensive coordinator Dante Barty is living on every play right now on that sideline. I think that's Dylan Adams down there that's hanging on to his belt loop.
Right.
Trying to keep. Ottawa did have a sideline warning late in that first quarter. But he is involved, to say the least.
He's going to have to ice after this game. His calves are going to be burning. He's got quads. He's doing a lot of vertical jumps now.
1st and 15 for Barnes. He's got a running back to his right. He's getting pressured, rolls out, goes back across the field, finds his tight end Hoffman. Reynolds is there but gets run over, still driving on Kevin Way. Big hit, ball's loose. Did Ottawa pick it up?
They did.
They did on the forced fumble. And Ottawa will have it at the Southwestern 29-yard line. Hoffman just battling for extra yardage. Braves did everything they could to swarm, and the big hit, I believe Santino G was the one who finally got it.
And, Southwestern didn't do anything wrong there in terms of, you have a bigger player that's just fighting for yards there. Braves doing a great job of swarming at the football with the big hit and the big turnover here late in this second quarter.
Second turnover for Southwestern. It's 1st and 10 for the Braves from the Builder 30-yard line with 1:13 to go in the second quarter, leading 3-2. Zavala will have Dalen Johnson behind him. And then with a fullback to the left, that's going to be Ethan Merrill. Merrill going to go in motion. And again, Ottawa's going to have to burn their final timeout.
Yeah.
Just to try and beat the play clock there. Third and final timeout for the Braves. And we'll go ahead and take that timeout. Braves leading 3-2 with 1:13 remaining in the first half. You listen to Braves football on KOFO.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
Where do you go when you need your ring repaired, sized, or you're missing a stone and you have no idea where to get it fixed? Hi, this is Lindsay Sutton from Sutton's Jewelry, 213 South Main in downtown Ottawa. When it comes to jewelry, we make shopping local even more convenient. We'll make repairs quickly and get your ring back on your finger where it belongs. We'll take the time to help you find the right size stone for your ring and your budget to replace the one you lost. It's all about taking care of you, our customer and friend. You've got it made at Sutton's Jewelry.
Braves avoid the delay of game penalty. It'll be 1st and 10 again from the Builder 30. Minute and 13 seconds to go, second quarter after the turnover. Southwestern's second of the game. Shotgun look for Zavala. He's going to hand it off to Daniels. It just took too long to develop there, Bruce, and he's going to gain maybe a yard. Actually, they're going to mark it right at the 30, so no gain on the play. And the clock winds down under a minute. Braves need to work quickly. 2nd down and 10. And you have a freshman kicker who's got a live leg, but this is still, you're looking at around 48 yards on the field goal. You need to get him about 8 to 10 more yards just to feel comfortable. Pistol look for Zavala. Pull back to his left. Zavala hands it off to Dalen Johnson. He's trying to bounce outside. No room. Does get by a defender to get back to the original line of scrimmage. He's wrapped up out of bounds. That hit eerily close to being a late hit there by Southwestern, but they swarm to the football, and it's 3rd down for OU with 32 seconds to go in the second quarter. It'll be 3rd and 10.
Well, our chain gang needs to learn how to drop the chains. So on that,
get out of the way.
That's what we teach them. But
is that basketball players over there today, Bruce? Or
basketball? Yeah, I think it's basketball today.
Yeah, I'm sure Steve would prefer his guys get out of the way. Unless it's Joe Johnson, and he might be looking for some contact now that he's retired.
Right.
So 3rd down and 11, and maybe 4-down territory if you can gain 5 or 6 here. Zavala drops back, wants to go deep, throws it across the middle. That ball hit the turf, and it's incomplete. Southwestern looking for the interception went through the hands of the safety Landon Davis, who's in for the injured Will Hilton. And this is a long kick here for McMullen, but he's going to come out and attempt it. But remember, 3 timeouts here for the Builders, and this is good field position if you give it up here. Gilbert will hold. Kemp has had 1 snap that on the punt that went over the head. It's going to be spotted at the 38 of Southwestern, a 48-yard attempt from the left hash for McMullen. And another stoppage. The officials, Southwestern's going to call a timeout. And I'm going to try and ice McMullen, but kind of icing your offense here if they get the ball right back. So see if it pays off for Southwestern. We'll take the break. You're listening to Ottawa Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
At Boot Barn, we believe that the cowboy boot is an American icon. Today's boots are not only rooted in history, but are enhanced with modern technology features for the working cowboy. Ariat boots are built with advanced technology that provides the comfort and support of a high-performance athletic shoe, yet still has the functionality and durability of the iconic cowboy boot. And at Boot Barn, we carry over 250,000 pairs of Ariat boots nationwide. Ariat at Boot Barn.
Timeout was called by the Builders, their first of the first half. So 2 remaining for Southwestern. Braves are going to send the kicking unit out for a 48-yard field goal for the freshman, Lewis McMullen. Out of the hold of Adam Gilbert, Kalen Kemp will snap. 38-yard attempt. Does have a little bit of wind at his back. Good snap. The kick is up. Does it have the distance? It does. Lewis McMullen buries it from 48 yards out with 20 seconds remaining in the first half, and it had another 5 or 6 yards on it, Bruce.
Yeah, great leg there by the freshman that put it up through the uprights, giving the Braves 3 more points here before the half.
48-yard field goal, 20 seconds remaining. And that drive, not going to look pretty on paper, but it results in 3 points. That's a 4-play, negative 1-yard drive. So the freshman hits his second field goal of the game. Braves lead by 4 at 6-2.
I don't think
at this point, I mean, I think head coach Nick Davis would have signed for this score at halftime. No doubt.
Right.
No doubt about it, Bruce. But it is 2 field goals for the Braves, a couple mishaps by Southwestern. Braves had one of their own, but it only resulted in 2 points on the safety. And they need another touchback here from Turner. You just don't want Keyshawn Jones or Andre Jones to get loose.
No.
Turner going to kick it away. It's well driven, but returnable here for Keyshawn Jones. He loses the football. It's out around the 8-yard line, takes his time. He gets some space, though. He's going to try and get outside the numbers. Jones to the 30, still going and wrapped up at the 32. Had some space down the middle of the field, but credit to Turner, who forced him to the sideline and waited for his help.
Definitely waited on
That's
their help.
important as a kicker to wait for the other 10 guys to make the tackle. So use the sideline as your friend. That also ran 10 seconds off the clock after Jones bobbled the kick. And they're going to put Jones in the backfield, or they're just going to line up and take a knee and take this into halftime. Looks like they are. Barnes going to take a knee, and that's going to do it for the first half as Ottawa leads number 8 Southwestern 6-2 at the end of one half here in Ottawa in the season opener. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220, 103.7 FM, KOFO.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PARK for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PARK for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PARK.
Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Add Gain scent beads for an even longer-lasting scent.
We're at Ottawa University asking parents on new student move-in day why they chose OU.
The location, it's a smaller college that checked all the boxes that he was interested in, and the smaller classes that they have.
And how was the communication with the school?
Excellent communication. Anytime anything's been missing or they need anything done, they've sent us texts. If they can't get a hold of him, they did not hesitate to call me, and I like that because, once they're adults, a lot of times they won't speak to the parents, they speak to the kids, and so it's been communication with both of us, and I like that.
Ottawa University. Prepare for a lifetime of significance.
Welcome back as we're at half. Ottawa leading number 8 Southwestern 6-2 as the Braves ran 38 plays in that first half for 132 yards. Southwestern just 24 plays for 105. And Southwestern leading on possession, Bruce, at 24 minutes to Ottawa's 19, but it does not feel that way. They had one long drive that was capped off. I actually ended up in a turnover on downs, but overall, Ottawa offensively has really kept Southwestern's lethal offense on the sideline.
Yeah, just a balanced game here by both teams. I mean, you look at the time of possession, fairly balanced there with with both teams moving the ball extremely well. But I'm really impressed with both teams' defenses here tonight with the low scoring game, as you called it, as a baseball score. But man, hats off to both defenses and both offenses, just playing some balanced football right now.
Ottawa 0 for 8 on third down, but are 3 for 4 on fourth down. For Southwestern, that one fumble only resulting, though, in 3 points after the fumble that was deep in Southwestern territory. But then they were 0 for 2 on fourth down, including a goal line stop there early in the second quarter. We'll take another break. When we come back, we'll talk with former head coach of the Ottawa University Braves, Dr. Kent Kessinger. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
At the United States Postal Service, we deliver with advanced technology and equipment so we can reach over 160 million addresses across the country. We're delivering for thinkers, doers, movers, shakers, groundbreakers, future makers, innovators, trailblazers, disruptors, streamers, dreamers. So no matter what business you're in, we'll always be delivering for you. USPS, delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/delivering.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-865-1168. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-865-1168. That's 800-865-1168. Again, 800-865-1168.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
Hey, remember how 20 years ago I switched to Progressive? Well, now it's the future, and I used all those savings to buy this new hologram phone. Because, it's the future, and everything is holograms now.
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Welcome back to Advent Health Field. We're at halftime. They're actually honoring the Ottawa University dance team that won the national championship as they won that in 2022. So congratulations again to them. After that is their second national championship in program history. We are now joined in the press box by Dr. Kent Kessinger, the former head coach of the Ottawa University Braves, 18 seasons, 4 conference titles, 6 NAIA playoff appearances, and the second winningest coach in Ottawa football history behind Hall of Famer Dick Peters with a record of 108 and 85. And Coach, I got to start out. How was it watching your first half of football, OU football, from the stands in 18 years?
Oh, it was not bad. This is the first time I've been to an Ottawa University football game where I'm wearing flip-flops, so it's pretty good. Flip-flops and shorts, so it was pretty good. It sat next to Aaron Schumann and Isaiah Veal, and obviously my wife. I got to sit next to her for an Ottawa football game, which is good. But just took it in, kind of watched and kind of, looking at it as a coach, but looking at it as a fan of these guys. And some of them I recruited, but some of them I have in class now too. So it's getting to know them a little bit as well.
Well, you mentioned it. You're now in the classroom as a full-time professor in the School of Education, and then doing some work with exercise science as well. Correct. Talk to me a little bit about, making that move. And that's kind of been a trend for a lot of our former coaches, whether it's Kirk Wren or Andy Carrier as well.
Yeah, it wasn't too hard of a move for me. I've been teaching here, and actually the last place when I was an assistant football coach, I've always been in the education department somehow or another. So being able to just move into full-time, doing a lot of the same stuff. I think I pregame prepped all the way through the year, went through all my steps of how I get ready for a season. I did the same thing in the classroom, but it's nice to be able to get to see some other people too, to have some new students. I'm teaching a lot of freshmen in a couple of my classes, but then I have another class where I've got some very familiar faces that I've had throughout the years here, which is good too. And some senior upper level ones too, but it's a good deal. It's fun. It's a lot more relaxing. You know what? I slept like a baby last night. I had no stress, no stress. Didn't have to worry about if I was going to call a timeout today. I mean, the first thing I sat down with and I saw the official, I go, hey, it's Bill Klecken. That would have been a good thing for us. I would have saw that as being a positive for us in the day's game. So it's a lot less stressful, that's for sure.
Well, no 9 o'clock meeting on Friday nights, not having to get up early, which today you wouldn't have to get up as early, but you think of those 1 p.m. kickoffs at Sterling where we were up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning to get ready to kick it off.
Yes.
So I will ask, not having to do any recruiting this summer, how did you spend your summer? It looked like, based off social media, you got around the U.S. quite a bit.
I did. My wife and I spent a lot of time going on some vacations. We took some pretty big ones out west. Saw Utah and Colorado and a little bit of Arizona. So it was a good deal. Try to get as much altitude as we can so we don't sweat to death. But it was good seeing a lot of the country. I mean, there's some beautiful stuff out west, that's for sure. So it's good to see some places where some of the guys that we recruited had come from too.
Well, you mentioned it during the break. You have some plans to. I know you're kind of a football historian. You've made a couple trips to some stadiums on the Division I level already. Yeah. I know you've been to some games. Yeah. You've got some plan coming up. What's kind of your plans for the rest of the year?
Well, I've got, I'm also trying to see some of the guys that played and coached for us too. So in next weekend, since Ottawa will be out of town, I'll be down in Norman, Oklahoma, watching Matt Middleton, who coaches at Kent State. Get a chance to be able to watch him, coach and watch the Golden Flashes take on the Sooners. It might be a tough task, but it'll be cool for them. And it'll be great to be able to see guys like that. So that's one of the things that I think that I'm most looking forward to is actually watching football some. So.
Well, I have to ask, we've seen some former coaches, Sean Payton did it during his year off. Trent Dilfer, a former NFL player who's now coaching high school. Is football for sure in the rearview mirror as far as coaching? Or are we going to see you coaching at the ORC with some flag football or coaching the junior Cyclones, anything like that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. College level is my level. So,
okay.
That would be any kind of coaching that I would do would have to be at the college level, but I am not ready to get back into that yet. It's nice. It's changed. I've really liked what some of the stuff that Coach Davis has done with the program. He's brought really good energy, I think, back into our program a little bit. Really kind of played off the theme that we had for so many years, and when you played for us, as well as being a family and building off of that. So it's nice to be able to see a little bit of that change, and then get out and watch some games in a little bit more relaxed capacity.
Now, Coach, I have to ask. It was kind of a serious question, but I know you made your decision to retire after the season, but was there ever a point, throughout the year where you thought about maybe letting Araby know so we could honor you in some way, or just kind of your style, you wanted to keep it in-house?
Well, we'd had some discussions, but one of my kind of, I think, I don't know if it was an ultimatum. I don't have ever any ultimatums here, but one of my things that I asked was that we just keep it on the down low. I talked to the staff about it, and I thought we had things set up here with a really good opportunity for one of the staff members like Coach Davis to be able to take over, to be able to build that we had spent a lot of time. And I mean, all the coaches and the players that we've had in the past from 2004 on, to be able to take it over and keep it running pretty well and strong. And then, I didn't want to have any kind of, I'm not one of those guys. I mean, I want to see our guys, do well. I want to see some of the guys that we coached and you played with start getting into our Hall of Fame and that sort of thing, because I think we've had some pretty talented kids over here over the years.
We have, and there will be a championship celebration on October 8th against St. Mary. I know they're bringing in the 2011 and 2012 KCAC champions and honoring, I believe, 2003 or maybe the 2000 group as well. Talking to Janet Peters in advancement about that earlier this week, and hopefully you'll be around for that one, and love to have you for that. Last question before you let you go. Saw the video on social media of your dad giving a pep talk to Bethany.
Yeah.
What are the chances that we get the Teddy K, Kent K podcast? When is that coming out?
I don't know. Here's one thing though. I'm teaching a grad class here in our master's program, a sports leadership class. And one of the first few weeks, I think about midway through the semester, I am bringing the old doctor up here to be able to give his knowledge to the students of our master's program here at Ottawa University. I know that I've heard it enough times from guys like you and others that they remember some of the speeches that he gave when we brought him in to talk to our team, and it's always something that's really good. It's really awesome for me to be able to see it, and then to see the kids react to it too. So I don't think we'll have a podcast, but the lecture will be open to anybody that evening.
Good. Well, Coach, from all your former players, I know they'll join me in saying thank you. I know I get the opportunity to do that right now, and we'll do that over the years. But thank you again for your 18 years of service and the service you're going to provide to students going forward. And as I look back now, like last time I played was 12 years ago in 2010, corner, and still remembering that kickoff return for a touchdown by Clarence Anderson in front of 5,000 people, the largest crowd ever here. But still waking up on a Saturday and remembering those things and those memories, and you were a huge part of that. So thank you again.
You're welcome. I appreciate it.
Well, we'll go ahead and take our break before we get back out here for the second half of the Braves are back out on the field. 7 minutes till the third quarter. You've been listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
3 weeks. It's incredible. After 3 weeks, I'm on vacation in Paris, having a conversation in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Are you one of those people who thinks it's okay to drive stoned? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You end up driving below the speed limit? It's no big deal, right? Wrong. The truth is, your reaction times slow way down when you're high. You not only put yourself in danger, but everyone around you. Talk about a buzzkill. Stop kidding yourself. It's not okay to drive high. If you've been using marijuana in any form, do not get behind the wheel. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
There are only 3 times a year you think about your home's heating and cooling system. Winter, when you want to stay warm. Summer, when you want to stay cool. And any season when it's not working. All Seasons Air Conditioning and Heating can make sure your heat and AC are working in all seasons when you sign up for their residential maintenance membership. They'll perform a mechanical safety and performance inspection, change your filters, and even change the batteries in your CO2 detector. Call to sign up for the residential maintenance membership with All Seasons today at 8888 Airman.
Are you one of those people who thinks it's okay to drive stoned? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You end up driving below the speed limit? It's no big deal, right? Wrong. The truth is, your reaction times slow way down when you're high. You not only put yourself in danger, but everyone around you. Talk about a buzzkill. Stop kidding yourself. It's not okay to drive high. If you've been using marijuana in any form, do not get behind the wheel. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the Endless Summer Sale and save 30% on paints and stains with sale prices starting at $29.39. Shop in-store or online August 26th through September 5th. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
The Ottawa Herald's new owner, Cherry Road Media, is bringing back local news to your local newspaper and want your help. Send news tips or story ideas to news@ottawaherald.com. For advertising, call Erica, 785-577-3935.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Olivia from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that Mommy and Daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Alexa, play KOFO.
And we're back here at Advent Health Field in Ottawa, Kansas. Braves leading number 8 Southwestern 6-2. Bruce, Ottawa will kick it away to start the third quarter into a slight win, but can't let up on special teams right now. That's where you feel like there's some give and take. That's where momentum could tip. The Southwestern offense has struggled a little bit, but you know they're going to find it at some point, but you can't give up an easy one here to start the second half.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I really forgot about special teams outside of the 2 field goals that we made. And, that's where you can make or break a game too, is special teams play. And the Braves have taken that advantage here so far this evening with the 2 field goals. But, I like our chances, in terms of letting the defense start out here first. They've kind of been on that emotional roller coaster with some big plays and some fumbles that didn't happen and a big stop on the goal line. And so maybe they can come out and set the tone here once again and get this Braves, program some momentum here starting this third quarter.
Builders just now out on the field, and have to imagine Brad Griffin not entirely excited about the way his team played in that first half. Ottawa able to take the momentum back a couple times, knowing that the amount of talent he has on the offensive side of the football and then the defensive side as well. I mean, this team has 12 preseason all-KCAC players. They're going to turn it on at some point. Can Ottawa stretch the lead a little bit and hold on, or do we see Griffin change some things up on that side to kind of keep Ottawa off balance?
Yeah, you're exactly right. It seems both teams may be playing a little conservative, no big plays. I mean, Southwestern tried to come out, throw a couple balls there deep and didn't convert. But, I think, with his experience and what he's been able to accomplish here the past couple of years, I think he'll come out and be a little bit more aggressive and really challenge, these returners.
Turner will kick it away for OU. She had some really good kicks in that first half for the freshman from Springfield, Missouri. Back is Keyshawn Jones along with Zion Kenner. This one's going to be driven just inside the numbers on the left side, returnable for Jones. He's going to cut it up the middle. There's some space for Keyshawn. He gets to the 35, still on his feet across the 40, 45, and finally tripped up at the 47. And he lost his footing at around the 28-yard line, able to keep his balance. And tremendous field position for Southwestern, which that hasn't been an issue for them all night. They've started at their own 38, also at their own 45, and now at their own 47.
Yeah, just a big momentum play there for them, and a great way to get it started. And, Coach probably got them revved up there at halftime to come out and be aggressive, and they answered the call.
First down and 10 for the Builders from their own 48, 14:52 to go in the third quarter after the long return from Keyshawn Jones. Officials waiting for, I think they're missing a ball. It's kind of hard to play football without a ball, Bruce.
Right.
First half, Ottawa holding Southwestern to just 105 yards of offense. So we will finally get one in. 68 yards rushing on 16 attempts. That's 4 yards a carry. And then 4 of 8 for 37 yards through the air for Barnes. Barnes will drop back to pass. Wants to go to the sideline. Has Keyshawn Jones near the marker. Bouncing through tacklers and finally brought down on the play, as that looks to be Raymond Cutler who makes the tackle, but after a gain of 9 on the out routes from Andre Jones. 2nd and 1, and Barnes so efficient last year, 112 for 175 and just 2 interceptions, so you know he's not going to make a mistake at this point. No panic here from Southwestern on 2nd and 1 from the OU 43. Running back in the backfield. It's the first time we've seen number 19. They're going to throw it on the same play. This goes to Keyshawn Jones across the 30, down to the 28 on another out route, as they are just walking the ball down the field on this first possession of the second half.
Yeah, just what I was talking about there a few minutes ago. And, both teams are being a little conservative with throwing that ball in the air. Southwestern has elected to come out and be a little bit more aggressive through the air.
And on the coverage was Jan Kiwo. 1st and 10 from the OU 30. Barnes, since Jones in motion, they'll pitch it to him. Jones traced down by Cox, can't make the tackle. He's inside the 30, down near the 20, where he's hit hard. But Cox had a good angle, just too much speed there from Keyshawn Jones. As he picks up 9, it'll be 2nd down and 1. Devin Johnston makes the tackle. They are at the OU 21-yard line with 13:26 to go in the third. He's looking to figure out this Southwestern offense. Start out the third. Reynolds going to show blitz. He's coming off the edge, runs into his own teammate. The pass is caught by the tight end inside the 5, down to the 3, into the end zone for the touchdown. We waited for the signal there. Touchdown for Blake Hoffman, as the Builders walk it down the field to start the third quarter, and they take the lead. As that was just 4 plays on that drive. They go right down the field and take an 8-6 lead.
Yes, Coach Griffin is definitely pleased on how his guys has responded here, coming out of the locker room and getting some points on the board here early.
Madrano's extra point is good, and it gives the Builders a 9-6 lead with 13:06 remaining in the third. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO.
There's no better way to support your favorite teams at Ottawa University than by showing up wearing Braves apparel from the OU Fan Shop. This is Jalen from OU Track Team inviting you to get your t-shirts, hoodies, jackets, jerseys, and more at the OU Fan Shop. Located in the Gibson Student Center on campus, the Fan Shop is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. And if you can't make it to campus, you can still order online at ottawabraves.com and be the best dressed member of Braves Nation. Thank you for supporting OU Braves sports.
Ottawa University. Prepare for a lifetime of significance.
On that drive, the Builders go 4 plays for 52 yards after they started at their own 48. So just 1:54 on that drive. It started with a really good kick return. There is 13:06 remaining in the third quarter. Madrano to kick it away. Johnston back deep to return it for OU. Good kick, going to drive, and Johnston just going to let it go over his head and out of the end zone for the touchback. Southwestern with their first lead of the game after the 21-yard touchdown pass from Barnes to Hoffman. They actually, on that extra point, they did give it to Madrano. Originally, they had someone else on there. Didn't see anyone else kick that extra point, but it is a 9-6 advantage. Ottawa's first time on the field offensively in the third quarter. We talked about it, Bruce, coming out of the break. You knew Southwestern wasn't going to go away by any means, and they respond immediately. Can Ottawa do the same offensively? Pistol look for Zavala. And now he'll bring Dalen Johnson next to him. 3 on the play clock. Has to hurry. Still doesn't see it. Gets it off somehow. Hands it off to Johnson. Not a lot of room. Dancing does pick up 4 or 5 near the 30 as he was bottled up in the backfield, able to get by the Paola product, Drew Smith, and pick up 5 on the play to get something out of nothing.
Yeah, just crafty moves there. Great lateral quickness and got north-south to get the Braves at least 6 yards on a broken play.
That will bring up 2nd and 4 for the Braves from their 31. Pistol look, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. As that's Daniels to the right of Zavala, sends Ziegler in motion. We're going to run the read. Zavala keeps it. Good tackle on the play as that's going to be Josh Carter, who gives up maybe a yard or 2. There was space there for Zavala if he breaks that tackle to pick up 8, 9, 10 yards there, Bruce. And Carter, who had over 100 tackles last year, forces 3rd and 2. Third down and 2 for the Braves. Are going to go heavy to the left side. That was actually Malachi Pico on that first handoff, Bruce. My apologies. 3rd and 2. They're going to hand it off to Daniels, and he's stuffed. Just nowhere to go. It's going to be a loss of 2 or 3 on the play, and it'll bring up 4th down. Tackle, first one there, Shane Rodriguez. And the Builders were ready for that one, and the Braves will punt it away.
Yeah, just great push there by the D-line. Just got in the backfield and made contact just right on the handoff for a Braves loss.
Loss of 2 takes it back to the Ottawa 30. Gilbert will punt it away. Back to return it. It's going to be Zion Kenner. It's 4th and 4. Good snap, good punt, much better from Gilbert. Kenner's going to field it. I didn't ever see him signal fair catch, but I guess he did, Bruce. And that was a very soft, soft signal, but it is caught at the 32-yard line of Southwestern. Best punt of the night there for Gilbert. 42 yards, no return. So they'll start it there, 27, after the 4-play, 52-yard touchdown drive to start the third by Southwestern, and Ottawa's defense needs a stop here.
They sure do. You know, after Southwestern came out here at the half, just with the momentum, put some points on the board. Let's see if the Braves can respond with a big stop here.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Barnes, play fake, pressure by Santino. G goes deep down the field. The pass is dropped by Keyshawn Jones, and he had it in his hands at the Ottawa 32. What a throw by Barnes to throw it back shoulder. Jones is going to want that one back.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't have thrown that any better. Good coverage by the corner on that side. I believe that was Kiwo on the coverage. Just a better ball from Barnes, and I assume he's going to get a my bad from Keyshawn Jones there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Coleman back into the game now at tailback. Took a long break there after was unable to get into the end zone on that 4th and goal. They went with Roper for 2 or 3 possessions. Play fake again. Pressure put on by Cogs. They're going to throw it in the flat. Jones with space at the 30. Steps out of bounds at the 37. Dances all the way up to the 40 before they...
Short.
Oh, my apologies. They bring it all the way. The far official had him up near the 40. He comes all the way back. Near official gets it to the 35, make it 36. So it'll be 3rd down and 1. Southwestern quickly to the line of scrimmage. Ottawa not set. A lot of confusion now defensively for the Braves. Barnes under center with Coleman behind him. And they will go with a hard count and then look to the sideline. Coleman behind him. Barnes into shotgun. Braves bringing pressure. They've got 5 at the line of scrimmage. They're going to throw it. And that pass is picked off. Samad Ali at the 40. And he's going to get past one defender. Now he's going to run backwards to the 50. And Samad looking for some blocks. He's at the 45 to the 40 and tackled out of bounds and thrown down by Coleman at the end of the play. No flag comes out.
Yeah.
But Ottawa with their second turnover forced. Christian Cox hit hard at the end of that play. There could have been 2 flags.
Right.
He was lit up, well away from the play. Southwestern lucky they didn't pick up 2 personal fouls as Coleman threw up Samad Ali into the Ottawa bench on this near side, but it is an interception for Barnes, just his 3rd of his Southwestern career, and it's 1st and 10 for the Braves from the Builder 33.
Well, we asked for a big play. We got one big play there. So great job there by Ali. Just social athleticism, ran about 50 yards there after taking it back a few yards and coming to the sideline.
Zavala in shotgun, 2 receivers to the right. Just the tight end for the Braves. That's Gibson to the near side. Zavala wants to go down the seam, has a receiver, but it's tipped and dropped. Zavala threw that one early, and he was looking for Ziegler down the seam. He would have been a tough catch as it was thrown like a rocket.
Yeah.
Went off his fingertips, luckily, and down to the turf. Brings up 2nd down and 10 for the Braves from the Southwestern 33. Now, we've seen McMullen make a 48-yard field goal today, but it was to the other side of the field, going with the wind. Let's give the freshman some help here going into the wind.
Give him a few more yards.
If we need it here. It's 2nd down and 10. Zavala receiver to the left, 2 to the right. Going to hand it off to Daniels and just nowhere to go. He's swallowed up again by Carter. Braves unable to get to the second level. They did a good job of that in the first half, but right now Carter getting anywhere he wants, and it's 3rd down and 10. No gain on the play. And they are really being physical with Corey Jones at the line of scrimmage. Tavion Williamson, the 6-foot junior from Fayetteville, Arkansas. They've had a little bit of safety help. They've rolled over from time to time. They'll bring Landon Davis, but majority of the time it's been man coverage. They're going to help out, though, because Ziegler's in the slot. Empty backfield for Zavala. He'll look to the left, now goes to the right side. Down the seam, pass is going to be intercepted. In a lot of space down that far sideline. This could go all the way for 6. Down the sideline, rumbling to the end zone. This is going to go all the way for a 67-yard interception. It's on the far side of the field. Didn't catch a number, Bruce.
I couldn't see it either.
But it's a touchdown for Southwestern. They're going to get a celebration penalty at the end of this, but they're going to go up 15-6. And Zavala, same route he threw on 1st down.
Right.
Almost, it should have been interception the first time. This time it does.
Yeah. Yeah, he was going with his first option there the whole way. Southwestern just set on it, came up with a huge play with a pick six here to go up 15-6.
See if we can get a number.
Yeah.
Because it was just on that far side. It stayed on the far side. Never gave us a chance here in the booth to see what the number was. But it is a touchdown. I would think Ottawa would elect to take the 15 on the kickoff. It's going to go to Riley Havard. They're going to actually mark it at 82 yards. So it is Riley Havard picking off. Austin Zavala and taking it all the way to the end zone for the touchdown with 8:49 remaining in the third quarter. But yeah, Zavala was kind of looking Ziegler's way the whole time, and they had safety help, and Havard takes advantage. The 5'11" senior from San Diego, California, picking off the junior from West Covina, California.
Right.
Absolutely killer there for OU is right after the interception by the Braves. The official's still talking about this. Should just be a simple celebration penalty and move on.
Yeah.
But was there anything additional after? I think there might have been a couple players from the sideline that made their way into that end zone and did a little bit of celebrating. I think they were trying to bring him the belt out there, the championship belt that Ottawa had the mask for a couple of years, and the turnover chain and Miami had, and
Yep.
I think one time there was a clock, Flavor Flav type clock that USC had at one point. I mean, it's kind of blown up into something now. So as the officials, I mean, could this be more than 50? We wait. Okay, so just one 15-yard penalty. So there were players who left the bench area, which we said, I thought they were in Ottawa electing to take it on the extra point, which a little surprised by with knowing you could get it on the kickoff, or maybe this one has to be assessed because it's a bench instead of a celebration penalty. So Medrano will attempt the extra point from the 25-yard line. So a 35-yard extra point, just like they do in the NFL. Guess it's more like 36 there. They spotted at the 20. That's a discussion we can have another day, Bruce. 8:49 to go in the third quarter. Extra point upcoming. Good snap, kick by Medrano. Plenty of leg, and it's good. With 8:49 remaining in the third quarter, the Builders take a 16-6 lead. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220, 103.7 FM, KOFO.
At Boot Barn, we believe that the cowboy boot is an American icon. Today's boots are not only rooted in history, but are enhanced with modern technology features for the working cowboy. Ariat boots are built with advanced technology that provides the comfort and support of a high-performance athletic shoe, yet still has the functionality and durability of the iconic cowboy boot. And at Boot Barn, we carry over 250,000 pairs of Ariat boots nationwide. Ariat at Boot Barn.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
Builders have scored 14 straight to start the third quarter off the 82-yard interception return for a touchdown by Riley Hare. Makes it a 16-6 game. And Ottawa did elect to take it on the extra point. So they will kick it away from the 35. And Medrano is got under this one a little bit more. We'll see if Johnston wants to take it out. He does not and lets it go out of the end zone. So, and a flag comes in. I think this is going to go on Malachi Pico. You just can't have that on a touchback. Just frustration there from Ottawa. Pico reaching out and grabbing. It could be a face mask. It was around the neck area, but that's when you're down by 10 already. Can't have it.
No.
Ottawa limited their penalties in the first half.
Did a great job.
As you look at that those first half stats, just 3 penalties for 24 yards. And you're putting a quarterback who just threw an interception for a touchdown. As the mic went out on the official, but we know who it was from up here. So it is a blindside block. That's 15. So you move it all the way back to the 10-yard line. I think we might have missed a couple yards there, but would have been at the 25, right, if you get the touchback. But
right.
Okay, well, Ottawa actually gets it from their 12. No one is debating. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Braves from their 12. Zavala sends a receiver in motion, trips to the near side. He's going to look out left, finds Correll Hill for the first time today, and picks up 2 or 3 on the play. Actually going to get 4 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 6 as they just threw a little spot pass out there.
Wow.
First time we have seen Rowdy Keith with a good block that time. 6-foot freshman from Murphy, Texas. Played at Plano East High School where former Ottawa University Brave Kevin McKeska coaches right now. So shout out to him. Be 2nd and 5 from the Ottawa 17. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Tailback to the right of Zavala. He'll drop back. Throws it out in the flat. It's short. Ziegler gets by 1 defender. He's across the 30 to the 35. Jermaine Ziegler brought down across the 40 and kind of awkwardly seems to be okay. Now he's limping a little bit. He got to the 41.
Yeah.
Broke 1 tackle and then able to pick up another 10 yards after that.
Yeah, good play, good timing. Braves really needed something good to go their direction here. after Southwestern just come out of half.
Two receivers to the left. Braves want to work quickly. Zavala, crossing route. Again, finds Ziegler. He's by a defender, looking to get to the 50, and he slips down at around the 49. They'll pick up 8, and Ottawa trying to use a little tempo. Second down and 2 from the 49. For OU is Ziegler. Take a look at his numbers. Leading the way for the Braves, 6 catches for 61 yards. Zavala, only 10 on the play clock. Braves still not in a formation. You'll see Ontario White and Corey Jones hurry. Ottawa in trips to the far to this near side, and Ottawa's going to burn a timeout. Just a lot of movement. Ottawa's been changing formations almost every single play.
Right.
That's the second timeout the Braves have had to use to try and, or in this game, first in the second half, to try and avoid the delay of game. And at least Ottawa's found a way to pick up a first down, Bruce, on this drive to try and find something offensively after they had punted on their first drive and then a pick 6.
Yep.
Maybe get some kind of momentum going their way. But the stars on this Southwestern team really starting to show up. We talked about Josh Carter already. He's come out and made some tackles. But now Ottawa trying to make him play in space. They've had him. He's been on coverage on Jermaine Ziegler on both those catches, and he got by him twice. So maybe forcing him to get out of the box a little bit.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Just make him play uncomfortable, make him play on the back of his heels, and see if we can take advantage of it. But, the Braves, like you said, starting to move the ball here a little bit. And I think it's, very important for them to do that because in the first half, when they were able to move the football, it kept, Southwestern's offense off the field. And during this drive, we can burn up here another, 5 to 6 minutes here. That'd be huge for not only our offense, but the Braves defense as well.
First timeout used by Ottawa in the second half. And how important could that be as we're midway through the third? 7:02 to go in the third quarter. Second down and 2 for the Braves from the OU 49. We're underway again. Pistol look. They'll send White in motion. High snap. White. He'll hand off to Daniels. He's close to the first down marker. Near side official has him with the first. Far side official, though, a little shorter. And now the white hat will come in and signal first down. Braves cross into Builder territory at their 49. Southwestern has scored 14 unanswered to start the third quarter after Ottawa led 6-2 at halftime. Shotgun look. Zavala with Daniels to his left, trips to the near side. Zavala hands it off to Daniels. He's going to sprint through across the 46 down to the 45. Or he is hog-tied there by Jarkarius Smith. 6'3", 236 senior. And does Ottawa have a player down on that far side? That's Daniels, slow to get up after the end of that play. Daniels asking to stay in the game.
Yeah.
But he really got whipped around on that play. Smith got a good paw on the inside of those shoulder pads and just threw him down. Second down and 7 from the Southwestern 46. Under center goes Zavala, and Ziegler in motion. Ziegler to the right side. They're going to hand it off to Daniels. Good cutback. Jared Daniels gets by a defender. He's down the sideline. He's tripped up at the 30. It'll be a first down for OU. Got by Carter on the first one. They had him at the line of scrimmage. But it'll be a first down for the Braves.
Man, that play just developed extremely well from the start. Great play action, handoff there by the Braves. Daniels get loose and almost takes one to the house.
Daniels 13 carries, 62 yards. Zavala drops back. Now he wants to sprint through, and that is no go as he goes back to the line of scrimmage. Well, don't think that was a designed run, but the interior of that defense just collapsing on him quickly. First player there was Marquise Jones, the 6-foot senior from Corcoran, California. First time we've said his name. He's a preseason KCAC selection as well. 7 plays, 44 yards on this drive for OU. Empty set for Zavala. Trips to the near side. 2 to the right. Zavala going to send Pico in motion. They're going to hand it to Malachi, and he fumbled. Ball's loose on the turf. Did he get it back at least? He did, but it's a loss of 3 on the play. First time the Braves have put it on the turf. But it's a big loss, and now 3rd and 13 in a must-pass situation. Braves have tried to avoid those most of the night.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the Braves' mistakes have been just, a lack of focus, with some penalty plays and not knowing the plays, not getting it in on time, not knowing where you need to be. Those first game jitters, at times that will clean up. They clean those up. They're pretty sharp game.
Play clock down to 3 seconds. Ottawa's going to have to burn another one. Could not get the play in time, and it's second timeout used by OU, and there's 3 minutes and 54 seconds remaining in the third quarter. We'll take a break. You're listening to Ottawa Braves football on KOFO.
O'Reilly Auto Parts knows a farmer's work is never done. We carry premium brand ag and heavy-duty parts, hydraulic couplings and fluid, fuel transfer pumps, filters, and more. Select stores also make custom hydraulic hoses. To learn more, go to O'ReillyAuto.com and type farm into the search bar. Shop online or in-store at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Second timeout used by the Braves in the second half. 3rd down and 13 from the Southwestern 34 for OU. Go with 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, with Daniels in the shotgun with Zavala. And Ziegler all alone in the slot. They're going to Southwestern showing heavy pressure. See if they back off of that. D-line all standing up. Zavala, pressure put on. He's going to flip it out to Daniels. There's just nowhere for him to go as he's down at the 30. Big hit there by Smith. I think got the worst of it.
Right.
But he pops up quickly. And that could have been helmet to helmet. It'll be 4th down. Or outside field goal range. This would be he's going to elect to kick it.
No.
Okay. Freshman 2 for 2, including a 48-yard field goal. So McMullen, as the flags on the goalpost are essentially still.
Right.
This will be another 48-yarder. So it'd make it a 1-possession game if he can drill one. Good snap. They're not going to rush. McMullen hits it well. It's driven off the goalpost and falls short. Hits the crossbar and falls down. I thought he had it. What an attempt there. I mean, that is where the wind was blowing earlier. Just a tough break there for the freshman. A lot of confidence. Might have got under it just a bit. But that close to making it a 7-point game.
Yeah, great stroke there. Great contact. Like you said, probably just got under it just a little bit too much. But a good look there by the freshman, and he cannot be disappointed with that attempt.
And be careful here if you're Ottawa's defense. We've seen Southwestern, after the turnover on downs against Ottawa the first time, take a shot downfield. They can smell blood in the water right now, up 16-6. One more might be enough to do it. They've got trips to the far side. The tailback in the backfield is Jaden Loudermilk. First time we've seen him today, and they are going to hand it to him. He tries to bounce it outside. Reynolds brings the tackle at around the 40-yard line. It's going to be a gain of at least 8 or 9 as Loudermilk takes it to the 39-yard line. They have him listed on the roster as a defensive back from Bentonville, Arkansas. That's all the information we get there. Second down and 2 from the Southwestern 39. Trips to the far side, 1 to the near side. That's the tight end, Hoffman. They're going to throw it in the flat to Loudermilk. He'll have enough for the first down at the 40. And he's going to roll all the way to the 43. And Cox is going to ask for a breather here. Ottawa's defense has been out there a lot in this third quarter. It's a first down on the play. Loudermilk gets to the 44. First and 10, 2:27 left in the third. Southwestern leading Ottawa 16-6 in the season opener. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Barnes, Ottawa trying to bring some pressure, gets away from one defender, gonna loft it, has a receiver wide open on the far sidelines. That's gonna be Jones, and he's tripped up at around the 20-yard line. Apologies, make that Jordan Jackson on the reception as he's tripped up with a touchdown-saving tackle as Reynolds had to come up and play run, Bruce, and Barnes just dumps it over the top.
Yeah, he almost got close to the line of scrimmage there, too, as well. Great awareness by him. Must have been right at the line when he got rid of that one for a big play.
Builder's going to go quick. Barnes looking left, dropping back, no pressure, goes to the back of the end zone. It's picked off. Reynolds gets the interception. Reynolds brings it out near the 10, and it's going to be forced out of bounds at the 10-yard line. And a flag comes in late, but another interception. Barnes has now thrown the same amount of interceptions he threw the entirety of the 2021 season. And another flag comes in at the end of the play. Think it's going to be another blindside block after the interception, Bruce. Official's going to talk about it. Third turnover by Southwestern. But just these penalties from OU in the third quarter, totally different than what we saw in the first. Oh boy, this could be two penalties. Holding is the first one, signaled by the officials. And it's just the one holding penalty.
That's it.
It's really difficult for a defense now not to try and go get one of those crackback or blindside blocks. Barnes threw into triple coverage down the middle of the field and really surprised by that, had plenty of time in the pocket and elected to try and go into triple coverage. And Kyle Reynolds, who made the touchdown saving or put the pressure on Barnes on the previous play, makes the interception on the next one. And Ottawa lives for another possession, down 10 with 1:45 to go in the third.
Yeah, this possession here offensively, we'll see if the Braves can just keep it simple. Maybe get it, into a comfortable spot on the field where they can then look to make some big plays.
Braveson gives him in motion. Zavala out in the flat. That's a dangerous throw. Daniels is lit up on that play. He makes that catch. It's a safety and almost a defenseless receiver situation there, Bruce, as he was smoked on that play by Richard Holmes, the 6-foot junior from New Orleans, Louisiana. But no chance to make that grab before he was hit. And if I'm Coach Davis, I'm talking to the officials to see what they saw as Daniels down in the end zone. But that's on those two receivers on that side, unfortunately. You've got to find a way to get a hat on Holmes or at least give him a bump of some kind to force him off his line. And Daniels took a helmet right to just under the shoulder pads. And we'll go ahead and take a timeout. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Learning to work as part of a team is a trait that not only benefits students and athletes now, but can help them as leaders of tomorrow. This is Eric Price, funeral director and owner of Lamb Roberts Price Funeral Homes, proud to sponsor this sports broadcast on KOFO. Visit lamb-roberts.com.
The most trusted name in heating and cooling is Adamson Brothers. Let us make sure your air conditioner is ready to handle the hottest days of the year. Call today and schedule a tune-up with our air conditioning experts. 242-9273.
Daniels able to jog off the field after the big hit there by Holmes, which luckily Daniels did not make the catch. It would have resulted in a safety.
Right.
He was 3 or 4 yards into the end zone. And Bruce, you said it. Keep it simple. Ottawa's got to get out of the shadow of their end zone somehow, whether you end up punting it or not here. Braves going quickly to the line of scrimmage with a little bunch look. Pistol, handoff. That's James Reeder for the first time. James breaks the tackle. He's across the 15, near the 20, and flags come in late at the end of the play. And Madrid still getting a little bit after Holmes there. It's two guys from Louisiana having a little talk. And I think it's going to cost Ottawa a first down, though. That flag placement is at the 15. Going to call holding on Ottawa. Actually, that flag now landing at the 10. It erases a James Reeder run that would have been enough for a first down as he was to the 20. First time we've seen James get a carry tonight.
Yeah.
No, he's battled back from multiple injuries in his career. Getting one more shot at it. As a year ago, Reeder, 73 carries, 431 yards, and 3 touchdowns. You talk about someone that's been resilient, has had multiple season-ending injuries during his time here. Just continues to battle back for the senior from Lawrence. Trips to the far side for OU. They're going to fake the handoff and, again, throw it in the flat, and it's wrapped up for a loss. They complete the pass to Ontario White. It's a loss of 3 or 4. Take it back to the original line of scrimmage, which is where the drive started at the 5, and it'll be 3rd and 10 as we go to a minute remaining in the third quarter, as it's been all Southwestern since the break. Again, danger territory here. If you're Zavala, probably better to throw it into the bench than try and force one into space here. If it's not there. Trips to the near side. Corey Jones all alone to the far side. Shotgun look. Zavala, pressure, throws it across the middle. Corey Jones takes a huge hit at around the 12, and there's a Southwestern player down. I think that's Holmes. He's going to get up. That's always scary when they just kind of laying out flat. It's a short gain on the play, picks up 4, and it'll be 4th and 5, and first reception there for Corey Jones.
Yeah.
And Ottawa to punt it away. Heading back to return it for the Builders is Zion Kenner. And Ottawa going to let this one run to end the third quarter as Southwestern leads it 16-6 going to the fourth here in Ottawa. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
Hey, remember how 20 years ago I switched to Progressive? Well, now it's the future, and I used all those savings to buy this new hologram phone. Because, you know, it's the future, and everything is holograms now.
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Look through your children's eyes, and you will discover the true magic of a forest.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
This is Walt Dingle of Dingle & Son Mortuary. We have only a short time to make arrangements and take care of countless details. We pride ourselves in directing funerals that are flawless. Dingle & Son sets the standard for funeral service.
Adam Gilbert back to punt it away for OU to start the fourth quarter, down 16-6 to number 8 Southwestern. Braves are actually going to bring a player in motion. That's Rowdy Keith. Punted away by Gilbert. It's a low punt, fielded at the 45. Getting by one is Kenner, and then wrapped up at around the 42 by Keith. Mark it at the 41 of OU, in great field position again for the Builders. And look at where they've started their drives. Had plenty of room on some of these, Bruce. Their own 48, their own 38, their own 33, their own 48. I mean, they've had a lot of space today to operate offensively. And for a team this good that averaged almost 40 points a game a year ago, that's a lot to ask of your defense.
You're exactly right. So we'll see if the Braves can answer with another big play here, get another big stop, and see if the Braves offense can get one here in the fourth quarter.
1st and 10, Barnes going to run a draw play, hand it up the middle, nowhere to go. I think that's Coleman being driven back. And on the tackle for OU is Jan Kiwo. Don't usually see Jan get involved too much in the run game, but I like it.
All right.
I think he came on a little corner blitz. Or was it safety? I'm not sure. He comes up limping a little bit. And now, first game of the season for both teams, cramps become a factor, as we always see. It's Ottawa defense been on the field a ton in this second half. In time of possession, 30 minutes to 29, so it's gotten better, but still seems like the defense has been out there a lot. Shotgun look for Barnes. He's going to the left side. Pass is going to be caught by Andre Jones at the 34. He picks up 6 on the play. Call it 7. 3rd down and 4. Again, here comes big opportunity for Ottawa's defense on 3rd down. Southwestern is 0 for 5 on 3rd down today. Ottawa 0 for 12.
Wow.
3rd down and 4 from the OU 34. Pistol look. Barnes with Coleman behind him. Barnes looking right side, throws the slant, and all alone is Keyshawn Jones. But he spins back behind the line to gain and then goes forward for enough for the 1st down at the 26. I don't think he realized how much space he really had. And then when he saw it, got upfield enough for the 1st down. So he picks up 8.
Yeah, I think he was expecting a Braves defender to be on his backside. That's why he responded with the spin move and then realized that there was no Braves within a yard of him.
1st down and 10 from the OU 26 for Southwestern with the lead and the clock running. Trips to the near side, 1 to the far side for Barnes. Coleman gets the play fake. He'll throw the slant route and almost intercepted as it went through the intended receiver, Jordan Jackson. As he bobbled it, Jackson, the senior from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Will be 2nd and 10 with 12:57 to go in the 4th quarter.
That's one of those defensive plays where you'll like to be like just a split second late to get that deflection and to get that pick. So tough break there for the Braves.
Bunch look here for Southwestern. Right at the line of scrimmage, they've had a receiver and a tight end and 2 to the right. Barnes looking left side, pressure put on, throws the crossing route, nowhere for Keyshawn Jones to go. Samad Ali all over that play. Gain of maybe 1. It'll be 3rd down and 9. Samad Ali has an interception tonight. And Ottawa needing another big play defensively. Down by 10. But if they hold to a field goal here, still keeps it a 2-possession game. Trips to the far side for Barnes. Barnes looking right, goes back to the end zone at the pylon. Flag comes out anyways, goes over the head of Andre Jones. It's going to be pass interference on Keandre Polanco. And I don't think he needed it, Bruce.
No, I don't think so either.
Even though Barnes let that one rip really early, and maybe you just saw that receiver had gotten past Polanco. It costs Ottawa 15 yards. Should be half the distance to the goal here since we're wait and see. Actually, we're at the 25-yard line. So, yeah, they'll still get that. So, pass interference on the Braves. Ottawa, who manages 3 penalties in the first half, now up to 7. Did they call holding on that, Bruce, or did we get a pass interference there? I think they called the holding because they only gave him 10.
Right.
So it must have been holding on the play or maybe spot a foul.
I agree. I mean, he was pulling on his jersey probably about the time that ball was coming out.
1st and 10 from the OU 15 for Southwestern. You hand it off to Keyshawn Jones. Lots of space. Jones bounces it outside, gets to the 10, and down to the 9 before he's hauled down by Samad Ali. And what speed by Samad. Backside linebacker makes the touchdown saving tackle. It'll be 2nd and 3 from the Ottawa 8.
Yeah, nice motion action there by Southwestern. Actually clear that side of that field to give the running back, enough greenery to get it to the outside.
2nd down and 3 from the Ottawa 8. 11:35 to play. 16-6 Southwestern lead. Send receiver in motion, handed off to him at around the 5 as on the carry was Zion Kenner. Close to the 1st down marker at the 5-yard line. He's got to the 5.5. It'll be 3rd and 1. . Bruce, this is a Southwestern offense that averaged 426 yards a game a year ago. That's 18th in the country. And Ottawa's defense has given up just 242 tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, not too bad. Just a few big plays in there, but, overall, coming up with the big interceptions, keeping them off the field.
They're going to hand it off up the middle. Coleman jumps through, and he's got the first down. He's trying to work his way to the 3, but he's stuffed there at the 3-yard line, has the first down, though. That's the most important thing here for Southwestern. And it'll be 1st and goal from the Ottawa 4.
Yeah, this is not the time to be greedy. If you're Southwestern on the offensive end, fighting for extra yards, get what you need, take care of that football, and just keep chipping away here at the Braves defense.
7 plays, 34 yards on the drive so far for Luke Barnes in this Southwestern offense. Barnes going to sprint out to the right side, has Jones in the flat, doesn't throw him, instead goes to the back pylon. Did he make the grab? He did, and that's going to be Zion Kinner with the touchdown, 4-yard reception, threw it to the back pylon, and Southwestern goes up 22-6. So Barnes to Kinner gives the Builders a 22-6 lead. That's 20 unanswered now, awaiting the extra point from Medrano. Kick is up for Medrano and good. And with 10:26 remaining in the fourth quarter, Southwestern leads Ottawa 23-6. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Don't miss Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year, where all smart beds are on sale. Right now, save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed. The bed's so smart, it senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you both comfortable all night long. So save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed today. Hurry, free delivery and special financing on all smart beds through Labor Day. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See sleepnumber.com for details.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Southwestern 21 unanswered in the second half, lead it 23-6. 10 minutes and 26 seconds remaining after the Luke Barnes touchdown pass to Zion Kinner. That was a 9-play, 40-yard drive in 4 minutes and 24 seconds. Medrano to kick it away. Braves have not returned a kick yet, but this one is returnable by Devin Johnston. Johnston up the middle of the field. He's got some space. He'll cross the 35 up to the 40 before he is brought down on the play by Trayvon Crockett. So the best starting field position off a kickoff Ottawa's had today, and credit to Medrano. He's kicked it out of the end zone every chance he's had, but that time into a slight breeze based on Kansas standards, Bruce.
You're exactly right. So
not a lot stopping the wind here at Advent Health Field.
Nothing.
I can tell you that's.
Yeah.
If I make my big donation one year, I'll make sure we get a big windscreen that stops the wind from coming in from the south.
Brown Hall's been standing for a long time, so that the wind is not taking that joker down.
Trips to the far side for Zavala, one wide receiver to the near side. In the backfield is Pico. They're going to throw it in the flat, and he's going to get smoked. Does get by tries to get by a defender, but finally brought down on the play. It was read from the start by Tavion Williamson. Had Corey Jones on a drag route there. Yeah. Nobody around him, but Zavala got locked in on Pico on that little swing route.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna go to Jones on there and took it to the outside.
2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Zavala with Pico to the right of him. Pressure by Southwestern. They throw the slant. Pass is caught by the Braves. Is that Sayshawn Tucker? Good grab between 2 defenders. He'll pick up 6 or 7 on the play.
Yes, big grab there in traffic.
Yeah, Sayshawn Tucker junior from Plainfield, New Jersey, transfer from Allen University. Former NAI, now Division II program out in South Carolina, I believe, Bruce. They're down in 4 from the from the Ottawa 46 for the Braves, 9:07 to play. Ottawa down 23-6. Zavala across the middle, pass is knocked down. He was trying to find Rowdy Keith, but he was not going to pick up the first down anyways, as Carter would have been all over him for a gain of maybe 1. The Braves look like they're going to go for it here on 4th down, Bruce.
Yep. See if we can pull off a big play here to still breathe some life into this offense.
Fourth down and 4 from the Ottawa 46. Zavala looks to the left, now to the right. Now going to take off and run. There's nowhere to go, and he's going to get stuffed. At around the 49, he doesn't have the first down. And it's a turnover on downs on Ottawa. Drew Smith makes the tackle. And Zavala took a huge hit in the process. Not what you want for your starting quarterback.
Yeah.
There's a whole pile there at around midfield. Didn't get it. He's well short. It'll be a turnover on downs, and Southwestern will take over at the Ottawa 49. And Zavala had made some good decisions in that first half. He's 17-27 for 119 yards, but that interception returned for a touchdown in the third quarter. Unfortunately, what started this, I guess, just whirlwind of Southwestern just kind of taking over in this ball game. And they coming into this one, you knew the number 8 ranked team in the country, Bruce, more players on the KCAC preseason team than anyone else. With 12, Ottawa with just 1 player on that list. So many new players on this Ottawa team. They've battled all night. Yeah. Unfortunately, the scoreboard's probably not going to show how close this game was. Braves led 6-2 at halftime. But in the second half, Southwestern started to impose their will.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I mean, Southwestern just has so much experience. A lot of guys back on both sides of the football, and it just took them a while to settle in, into their first game, and maybe they didn't expect the Braves to be so competitive, in that first half, and it just took a while for them to adjust. But, give credit to the Braves coming out here and competing right now, and defensively doing some great things. Offense, it usually takes a little bit longer, for that new offense to gel, but definitely seeing some good things here in the black and gold.
Southwestern's turned it over 3 times, 2 interceptions, and then the fumble. For Ottawa, just the 1 interception, but it goes back for 6 points. Braves have not been able to capitalize off of those turnovers. Also, Ottawa 0 of 13 on 3rd down and 3 of 5 on 4th. I believe that was actually they ended up using a media timeout in that gap there, Bruce. And one of the new things brought in by the KCAC this year, which have to like. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Builders from the Ottawa 49. Barnes going to go under center. Coleman in the backfield. They will send receiver in motion, then hand it off to Coleman. He'll cut it and bounce it outside. He's got lots of room. He's across the 40, down near the 35 of OU. And they will mark him out at the 37. Gain of 14 on the play. It's enough for a first down. They bring it all the way back to the 38.
Yeah.
1st and 10 from the Ottawa 38 for Southwestern. Barnes in shotgun sends the tight end in motion to the right side. Hand it off to Coleman. Coleman bounces past a couple Ottawa tacklers, still going. There's a helmet on the field. Like an offensive lineman lost his lid. And Coleman in the process, dragging Ottawa tacklers to the 32. Gain of 6 on the play. Coleman with 14 carries for 61 yards. They've managed to, they averaged 5 yards a carry, almost 6 yards a carry last year. So they've made them work for it.
Right.
Averaging 4.4 this evening. Second down and 4 from the Ottawa 32 as Southwestern up 23-6 with 7:52 to play. Flags come flying. Did we get a delay of game here on the Builders? I think we did. Yes, it is a delay of game. They will back it up 5 yards. It'll be 2nd and 9 from the OU 37. Braves led 6-2 at halftime, but the Builders 21 straight in the second half. 14 in the third, and then 1 touchdown here in the fourth. And they're going to go play fake. They want to go deep. Andre Jones going to make the grab inside the 5, down to the 3. Kevin Wade was holding him the whole way,
Right.
Still made the grab. And it'll be 1st and goal from the OU 3. After a gain of 34 on the play as Barnes connecting with Andre Jones. 1st and goal for Southwestern from the OU. They bring it back to the 5. 1st and goal from the 5. Pistol look. Braves have too many on the field. They'll run one off. Barnes, play fake, rolls to the right side, still looking. Back of the end zone, it's incomplete as they were looking for Andre Jones again. It was first off, they had Keyshawn Jones in the flat. He ran that drag route just at the line of scrimmage.
Right.
Kind of had a couple options, but Barnes really locking in on Andre Jones that time. 2nd and goal from the OU 5 for Southwestern, 6:53 to go. And they realize, as many do, that we know how people vote in the NAIA. You know, you got to get those splash points out there and take your opportunities to put more points on the board.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They don't want to, let people think they're not for real, and now they are a good ball club.
Jaquez Coleman into the end zone for the Southwestern touchdown. Gets a big hit from one of his own players at the end of that play as he's pushed into the end zone by the offensive lineman Grayson Snyder. And then, there's a flag down at the end of this play. Back at the 7-yard line. And now they're going to pick up this flag, Bruce. Oh, no, we'll hear from the white hat here. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Southwestern after the play. It's going to go on Andre Jones. And again, Ottawa electing to take it on the extra point. And Medrano will kick it. With 18 on the play clock. We wait for Medrano to kick this extra point. To the 5-yard touchdown run for Jaquillis Coleman. Extra point is up. And is it wide? It is. So our score with 6 minutes and 47 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Southwestern 29, Ottawa 6. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Goodbye, 9 to 5. So long, paper checks. Later on, trips to the bank. Tired of business as usual? Say hello to business banking services from Arvest Bank. At Arvest, we support those starting new businesses or even new side hustles with loans, advanced merchant services, easy online banking tools, and time-saving products like remote deposit capture. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities. Arvest Bank, member FDIC equal housing lender.
Food insecurity is a year-round issue for many families. The Ottawa community has set up several blessing boxes around town to receive your donations of food, cold weather accessories, hygiene products, and other much-needed items that will make the lives of our underserved neighbors a little easier. Please consider making regular monthly donations to the boxes or bring items to ECAN and Hope House for distribution. When we all help, We all benefit.
This message brought to you as a public service from your friends at KOFO.
After the 5-yard touchdown run by Southwestern, it is a 29-6 lead. Extra point was no good as we have 6:47 left in the fourth quarter. Short kick just to the 10-yard line this time. Devin Johnson takes it out, hit hard at around the 25, falls forward to the 27. And will we see a quarterback change here? Maybe give Maples an opportunity to step in. We'll see. Also have Noah Schumann as an option at quarterback just to get their feet wet this season, Bruce.
Yep.
And it is going to be Billy Maples in at quarterback for OU, the 6'2 junior from Smithville, Missouri. Played at KU, Drake, Northeastern Oklahoma A&M, and Rochester Tech Community College. Maples has traveled some miles, but he is at quarterback with 2 receivers to his right. And flags come flying on the first play. And that was the talking point at halftime, as Ottawa just did not shoot themselves in the foot in the first half, and they have been on the back foot the entirety of the second.
Yeah, just I think delay a game again.
And you just first, you had one scrimmage against Mid-America Nazarene, and then we really only played 2 quarters in that game, or one full quarter, and then you played 2 full quarters last Saturday in an intra-squad. But everyone's still getting used to using that play clock, especially with a new offensive coordinator and new quarterbacks. 1st and 15, Maples looking right, throws it in the flat, caught by Ziegler. Ziegler just nowhere to go. He's going to be tackled by about 8 builders at around the 25. Probably would have been better just kind of running out of bounds there to avoid the contact. Tackle on the play for Southwestern. Looks like they have gotten some subs in there. That's Nick Strong making the tackle for Southwestern, the sophomore from Dallas, Texas. 3-yard gain for Ziegler. Daniels back into the game, which is a good sign after that big hit in the third quarter. 2 receivers to the left for Maples. Good protection. He's going to drop back. He's going to throw it to Corey Jones across the 30. He's upended at the 34. Big hit on the play again. And on that tackle for Southwestern was Hayden Colbreth, 5'7", junior from Pearland, Texas. A safety, another safety in there as well. Didn't catch that number.
Yeah, but good catch there by Jones. Maybe we can get him a few touches here this last 5 minutes just to get his confidence going into next week.
3rd down and 3 for the Braves from their 34. Maples going to try and keep it himself and not. He's falling forward. Did he get enough for the first down? He did. I thought he was going to be about 1.5 yards short, but ran over the defensive tackle and has enough. The Braves pick up the first down. We 1st and 10 from their 38. And Maples can be elusive if he needs to, but it's the arm that really we saw in that spring game that showed it off. He'll drop back to pass, pressure, trying to get past one. He does get past one, then slides forward at the 41 to the 42, a gain of 4 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 6 as Braves a little bit of tempo here.
Yeah.
5 minutes remaining in the fourth. Braves down 29-6. Two receivers to the left, one to the right. And he's going to pull the handoff. And is he going to run with it? Maples is. He slides down again, and then he's grabbed around the neck at around the 47. But the officials say he started his slide really early.
Oh.
Bring it back to the 46-yard line. So it's going to be 3rd down and 1. 3rd down and 1 from the Builder or from the Ottawa 47. 4:20 to play. Maples drops back. They're going to throw it in the flat to Jones. Jones with enough for the first down, but he's tripped up immediately after getting to the 50. Brought down by Chance Price, 5'9" junior from Winfield, Kansas. Ottawa into Southwestern territory. 1st down and 10 from the Southwestern 49. See if Ottawa can maybe get a little momentum go into the next week when, oh, wait, we take on Avila next week. So who won 41-7 today and held Tabor to 105 yards of offense.
Yeah, just not an easy start here for the Braves and the Nick Davis era.
Mayfield, or my apologies, throwing it out wide. Maples. Catch is made by Corey Jones at the 35-yard line. I'm already thinking about Sundays, Bruce. Gets out to the wait and see where they mark it. He has enough for the first down. They bring it back to the 38, but it's 1st and 10 after another first down completion by Maples. 3:30 to go. Two receivers left, one to the right as Ottawa stayed in this same formation for the entirety of this drive. Ziegler in motion. Southwestern shows blitz, and Daniels trying to get outside. He'll be brought down by Holmes again. He just can't avoid him today. Holmes, who had the hit earlier on Daniels. And now Daniels comes up limping on the play.
Just standing from up here, it looks like I would have been limping up when he got turned up like that.
Yeah,
so.
It's almost like a front horse collar on that play. Just getting up near the neck. Loss of 5 makes it 2nd and 15 from the Southwestern 43. Maples drops back, goes down the middle of the field, pass behind Ontario White, and incomplete. In on the coverage for Southwestern was Cameron Cornelius, a 6-foot senior from Cedar Hill, Texas. And it's 3rd down and 15 for the Braves. Braves will travel to Kansas City next week to take on Avila. Hard count there from OU. Trying to draw Southwestern offsides. They'll throw it in the flat to James Reeder. And Reeder swallowed up near the Ottawa sideline. Short gain on the play, and it's going to be 4th and very long. Or he gets a gain of 2 or 3. Ottawa has to go for it here, Bruce.
Yeah, they do.
2:14 to go, or been a decent drive, 9 plays for 30 yards. Picked up a couple first downs. 4th down and 13, 2 minutes to go. Stop here by Southwestern. They'd be able to take a couple knees and get out of here with the win. Maples dropping back, pressure put on. Going to try and go out to the right side. They're going to throw it to Pico. Big hit on Maples on that play. And it's incomplete, but that will be a turnover on downs as the pressure applied for the Builders by Tyler Moorhead, senior from Webb City, Missouri. Southwestern will take over 1st and 10 from their 43. 29-6 advantage for the Builders as they are going to go to 1-0 on the year. Put on quite a performance in the second half, Bruce, on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, they definitely responded, after that slow start there in the first half. Came out third quarter, had some big offensive plays and defensive plays to shut out the Braves here down the stretch.
29-6 lead, and they'll line up in the victory formation. They'll just need a couple knees to run it out. Ottawa with only 1 timeout remaining. They used 2 in the third quarter. We will chat with head coach Nick Davis. Said he wanted to address his team at the end of this one. Talked to him about 10 minutes after this one ends, but we'll hear from him. And you just have to, you knew this was going to be a tough one. I mean, we talked about it at the end of the third quarter, but with so many new players, an entirely new coaching staff, Davis, the only returner on the staff from a year ago, is all the other coaches have kind of moved on to other opportunities, and to come out and fight for all 4 quarters, but really those first 2 quarters, to say you were up 6-2 as Southwestern takes another knee here. 6-2 at halftime. Defense had played really well. You just left them out on the field too much in the second half.
Yeah, I agree. You're exactly right. And, you just knew that Southwestern offense was going to find their groove. They have a lot of weapons, in the backfield, out wide. And they just took advantage of just that experience, I think, is what really took over here in the second half. And hats off to Coach Griffin and his boys for, coming in in a tough environment here at Abbott Health Field and get a big win.
Defensive coordinator Dante Barty talking to his defense there. No, he's shaking his head, but I mean, we talked about they averaged almost 40 points a game last year, and have to go back and look at their point totals. They scored 17 against Marion in that playoff game, a game they were up 17-6. Marion came back to win it in Indianapolis 21-17. We saw that Marion team when they made their first playoff appearance back in 2010 as a program before they went on to win a national title a couple of years later. Now they are an NAI juggernaut. But to go up there and really dominate that game in all three phases, just those three turnovers. Barnes going to roll out. They're going to throw it. They've got Keyshawn Jones open, and he'll make the grab for the first down inside Ottawa territory at the OU 47. And now they throw it to I'm not sure the officials know where the ball is supposed to be spotted. Right. They're going to bring it back to the 47. So it is a first down, and now they can take a knee to end the game with 46 seconds remaining as we'll wait for the official to roll the clock, or he will not, as Jones ran out of bounds on his own.
Right.
Ottawa will come back to Advent Health Field in 2 weeks to take on McPherson. That'll be a 6 p.m. kickoff on September 17th as they go home away to start the year on the first four. As Barnes took a long time to take a knee. They needed to run off 6 seconds there, and Hemphill made the tackle. He was trying to run off those 6 seconds he would have needed to end the game without having to take another knee. And the official's not going to throw a flag because Hemphill made the tackle.
Right.
So that's more on Barnes and his offensive line. I like the effort, though, there from OU to wrap it up. But if you're Southwestern, you got to protect your quarterback there on that play, or at least take a knee if you're Barnes to end it. We work our way under 3 seconds to go. The final score, Southwestern 29, Ottawa 6. We'll take a break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220, 103.7 FM KOFO.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
3 weeks. It's incredible. After 3 weeks, I'm on vacation in Paris, having a conversation in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
It's another exciting year of Royals baseball at the K and away on KOFO. Thanks to our longtime title sponsor of Royals baseball, State Farm agent Ryan Disbro, and our generous game sponsors, you can hear the Boys in Blue on radio as they were meant to be heard. We encourage you to shop with our sponsors as the best way to be Together Royal this season. Your sports source and home for Royals baseball in East Central Kansas once again is 1220 and 103.7 FM. KOFO.
Remember the last time your family visited the forest? It's a place of wonder and imagination for the whole family, where stories come to life. And it's closer than you think. Ready to plan your next visit? Make the forest part of your story today at a local park near you, or find one at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
Braves fall in the opener of 2022, 29-6 to number 8 Southwestern as the Builders outscored Ottawa 27-0. In the second half, Braves did lead 6-2 at halftime. As we'll run through the scoring plays. Ottawa got a 31-yard field goal at the 14:50 mark of the second quarter from freshman Lewis McMillan, as the score was actually tied 0-0 at the end of one. That capped off a 12-play, 38-yard drive, 5 minutes and 24 seconds on that drive. Right after that, Ottawa was able to get a 3-and-out, but a punt put Ottawa with their backs to the end zone, and a safety that went over the head of the punter. Adam Gilbert made it a 3-2 score with 8:55 to go in the second. Braves would on the next possession drive down the field and get a 48-yard field goal with just 20 seconds remaining in the first half. Ended up being a 4-play, negative 1-yard drive, and Ottawa led 6-2 at halftime. Southwestern came out of half and scored on their first 2 drives. Their first one taking a 9-6 lead as Barnes was able to complete a pass to the tight end Hoffman, 21 yards, extra point good. That was a 4-play, 52-yard drive in a minute and 45 seconds. That was the 13:06 mark of the third quarter. Ottawa goes 3-and-out. Southwestern gets the ball back. And on that next drive, a pick 6 by Zavala as it was taken 82 yards. Extra point was good, and it made it 16-6. And that took us to the end of the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, Southwestern was able to get a touchdown pass from Barnes to Kenner, 4-yard pass with 10:26 to go in the fourth, capping off a 9-play, 40-yard drive with 4:24 to go in the fourth quarter. And one more touchdown to cap it off in the fourth, made it 29-6 with that final score in favor of the number 8 ranked Southwestern College Mound Builders. And numbers offensively tonight, Austin Zavala was 17 of 27, 119 yards and the 1 interception. Billy Maples, 5 of 7 for 27 yards. Leading receiver, Jermaine Ziegler, 7 for 64 with a long of 25. Corey Jones, 5 for 36. Malachi Pico, 3 for 8. And a host of Braves with 1 reception. Rushing, Jared Daniels, 14 for 57, averaging 4 yards a rush. The second leading rusher was Billy Maples. He ended up 3 carries for 13. As that's it for Ottawa offensively. Defensively, Kyle Reynolds led the way with 7 tackles. Kevin Wade with 5 tackles. That defense forced 3 turnovers, 2 interceptions, and 1 fumble. As the interception came from Kyle Reynolds, and then 1 from Samad Ali. We'll go and take another break. When we come back, we'll hopefully chat with head coach Nick Davis. You're listening to Ottawa Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
This message is for Shauna, my mom, who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You taught me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Olivia, from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that Mommy and Daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger, from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel, from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Advent Health Field as we await the arrival of head coach Nick Davis here shortly, as the only final that we have so far was the 41-7 win by Avila over Tabor. That was the 1 o'clock game. We'll see if we can give you any other updates at this point as we'll scroll down here and take a look, as there was several games going on tonight along the KCAC. McPherson leading Bethel 13-7, 7:08 to go in the fourth quarter. Kansas Wesleyan leading Friends 35-0 at the end of 3. St. Mary on top of Sterling 37-11. That is a shocker there after St. Mary took a tough loss last week, to Midland. And it is a final now. Bethel coming back to defeat McPherson 14-13. So that's Bethel goes to 2-0 on the year. That one has not gone final on live stats yet. So that is a 14-13 win there for Bethel. And the last game I was trying to find a score for would have been, we got that Sterling score. So St. Mary up 37-11. Next week, Ottawa will take on Avila. They are 1-0 on the year. More than likely will be either receiving votes or in the top 25 as we start next week. Another team, Malik Nesbitt, name that comes to mind that Ottawa will have to deal with. He is a force in the backfield. Defensively, they've got speed all over the field. That's another program that's really turned it around under the direction of Mark Benavidez. So credit to that program, and Ottawa will have to be ready to go next week as they get set to take on the Eagles. Ottawa will make the trip up to Kansas City. We'll take another break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
KOFO and Kansas State Bank want to give you the cash, the money, the do-re-mi. Count the Cash is back, and it's your chance to win $1,000. Stop by Kansas State Bank at 236 North Main during regular business hours and see the KOFO Cash Cube. It's full of cash and coin, and all you have to do is guess just how much. Money for nothing. If your guess is closest to the actual amount in the cube, we'll give you $1,000 at the Kansas State Bank Community Appreciation Day on October 22nd. One entry per person at Kansas State Bank, and you must be 18 or over to win KOFO's Count the Cash.
Are you one of those people who thinks it's okay to drive stoned? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You end up driving below the speed limit? It's no big deal, right? Wrong. The truth is, your reaction times slow way down when you're high. You not only put yourself in danger, but everyone around you. Talk about a buzzkill. Stop kidding yourself. It's not okay to drive high. If you've been using marijuana in any form, do not get behind the wheel. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Welcome back to Advent Health Field as we are now joined by head coach Nick Davis. Final score, number 8, Southwestern 29, Ottawa 6. And Coach, your team battled all night. I mean, this is a team that we talked about averaged almost 40 points a game last year, almost 500 yards of offense, and your team held them to just 305 yards, and most of that coming late in the fourth quarter, just kind of wrapping things up. But give me your overall thoughts on game number 1.
Yeah, I thought we executed pretty well in the first half. I felt like we shot ourselves in the foot a few times and maybe could have got some more points on the scoreboard. there in the first half. Offensively, we just got to shore some things up with getting the play call in and getting it executed. Maybe tried to do too much maybe on week one with different motions and kids just not being super locked in. Again, this is our second game with live officials, so just got to be a little bit better with that. I'm not sure if the play clock guy was super fast tonight or whatnot, but they obviously didn't have too many problems with it, and we really struggled with it offensively. And then, just put our defense in bad situations there in the second half as we're trying to win the football game. You're down 3 touchdowns with 10 minutes. You got to get 3 scoring drives. When it's 4th and 3, you got to go for it. You can't, everyone in the stands, hey, punt it. But I'm trying to win the football game. Call a timeout there at the end, got a little heated, but, I want to instill in our guys that we're going to finish. And in that situation, you do call a timeout. And if that was a 1-score game, we're going to get the ball back.
As you look at some performances tonight, some guys that dealt with injuries last year that came back, Jermaine Ziegler, 7 catches for 64 yards, averaged almost 9 yards of reception. I know with a new quarterback coming in there with Austin Zavala, maybe finding a target there. Billy came in and completed some passes. Offense did a good job of really picking up first downs when they needed in the first half. In the second half, it seemed like penalties kind of sprung up a little bit. You talked about dealing with the play clock, but overall thoughts on the offense tonight? Yeah, I think we're probably much improved from maybe where we were early last season. But again, the penalties keep shooting us in the foot, and some of it's on the kids and some of it's on the coaching staff. And I'm an offensive coach on this football team. So ultimately it's on me as the head coach. We just got to get better at getting calls in, because we're losing 5 yards really for no reason, just because of the effort to get the call played or the play called. Defense tonight forces 3 turnovers and then 2 turnover on downs as well, against a quarterback who comes from the Division I level, only had 2 interceptions all of last year, had 2 tonight. I mean, Kyle Reynolds comes with an interception, Samad Ali. Your upperclassmen really made some big plays for you to kind of keep you in the ballgame. Yeah, Luke Barnes, heck of a guy, 31 years old. The only 2 guys older than him in the stadium, I think, or 3 guys is their head coach, me and Coach Hennis. But he's a heck of a ball player, and our defense played lights out. They really put us in a position. If we could have executed and got in the end zone, I think this could have been a little different football game, down the stretch. And Coach, I'm sure your talk with your team there after this was over was, kind of have to move on and get ready. I know it was an emotional game tonight, but you turn around and have to go play in Kansas City next Saturday against another potent offense and Avila and maybe a defense that gets overlooked sometimes, but a team that's been at the top of the KCAC the last couple of years. Yeah, no, we ran into maybe. I told those guys I loved them, and obviously everyone's disappointed, and we just can't get better. We got to get better with things, and attacking it with a positive mindset of we got to come together again even better next week, because there was times in the game where the defense did this or the offense did this, and you just have to execute consistently over 4 quarters, and you got to stay positive. I think I was the most positive person on the sideline, and I need to have 99 other guys next week that can be tied with me, and I think we can do some things in terms of the mindset. Coach, we appreciate you joining us. We'll see you next week. Thank you for having us, and Otter on. We'll take another break, and when we come back, we'll wrap it up. You're listening to Ottawa Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
If a new home has been on your mind, it's a smart idea to take action now. Review your budget, start the pre-approval process, and get ahead of rising rates before you start shopping. Real estate will continue to be a healthy investment as long as you're getting a competitive deal from a lender who cares, like American Financing, America's home for home loans, because they realize no 2 journeys home are alike. So they're going to get to know you before creating a custom loan that achieves your goals. From flexible terms to fast closings, even the ability to lock your interest rate for 120 days. This is a company that's got you covered, and they never charge upfront or hidden fees. So, whether you're upgrading, downgrading, or investing, the lender to trust is American Financing. 866-886-2026. That's 866-886-2026. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334. NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Welcome back. Number 8 Southwestern defeats Ottawa 29-6 in the opener of the 2022 season, as we'll go through those final stats with you. as it was total yardage here for the Builders came out at 305 yards. They were 18 of 27 through the air for 214 yards. The 2 interceptions, Ottawa 22 for 34 as they went for 146 yards. Ottawa 248 total yards of offense. Rushing yards in favor of the Braves, they had 102, but on 38 carries, that's just 2.7 yards per carry for Southwestern. 26 rushes, 91 yards, and 3.5 yards per carry. And you heard it from head coach Nick Davis. I know that the guys are definitely frustrated, couldn't come away with a win tonight. They definitely had some small wins though, as we saw in that first half. Had a lead at halftime, and a team that didn't have a whole lot of leads early in the season last year, trying to maybe learn a lesson that the game's not 30 minutes, it's 60, and that's kind of what we saw tonight.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I mean, like Coach Davis was saying, they can't hang their head. They got to stay positive. It's very early in the season. They're playing a tough schedule, to start here, which will pay off, at some point, this year. But, big things defensively that they can build on. And like you said, it can't be an offense. It can't be a defense type thing. They got to stay together. It's a team game, and that offense will catch up at some point. And that defense is going to continue to get better. So these Braves got to keep their head up, keep fighting, keep competing. And then I think there was a lot of energy out there tonight, a lot of excitement that they can build on. So they got to be proud.
One thing and you look at these stats, Bruce, first downs in favor of Southwestern, just 18-16. And Ottawa forced 3 turnovers and then also 2 turnover on downs. Possession, both had 37 minutes. But for me, what sticks out, the third down efficiency. Braves were just 2 of 16. They were 3 of 6 on fourth down, but settling for 4 punts at an average of 32 yards. And then the penalties, just 3 penalties in the first half. They had 5 in the second half. A couple of those were personal fouls that kept drives alive. Ended up 8 for 60. Southwestern just 6 for 61. And a team with that much experience on the other sideline, you don't have to give them much for them to take 3 straight possessions right down the field and put 21 straight on you.
Yeah, and all the things that you talked about are things that the Braves can't control, and that's really important. If Coach Davis was up here talking about effort and playing hard and doing those things, then it'll probably be a long season for him. But all the things that you talked about, is very controllable. Definitely when it comes to the penalties and being sharp there. So you're exactly right. Braves got tons of things to build on here, and I'm excited for Braves football.
Well, Bruce, can't thank you enough. I know I don't want to say I had to pull you in with me tonight, but I know I appreciate it. I know our listeners appreciate it, whether you're joining me for this or for basketball, right. which is right down the road. I mean, we're right in the heart, and definitely want to give a shout out. Men's soccer got the win tonight. Their second win in 2 nights as they knocked off Dordt University 3-0. James Cottage and his team off to a really good start. Women's soccer in full season as well with head coach Candace Fabry. We've got women's volleyball playing every top 25 team in the country right now, as Melissa Bleston loves to do. So make sure you're getting out to these games for other athletics as well, as we're in the middle of fall season, and then basketball will be right down the road as well, along with wrestling and the whole host of winter sports. So continue to stay tuned to OttawaBraves.com for our KOFO coverage. We'll be back next week as Ottawa travels to Kansas City to take on Avila. Pregame will start at 12 p.m. Don't forget as well about the Nick Davis Coaches Show, live from Primetime Grill, as of right now, still on Thursday nights. And make sure you tune into that on KOFO. I want to thank Larson Johnson back at the station, and my partner, Bruce Tate, to my left for all of his work. And then also Bob Johnson back at home for all the prep that he does to get me ready, and all the work he does to give us that 1 hour pregame show, and wish him the best as he recovers. Final score, number 8, Southwestern 29, Ottawa 6, as the Braves fall to 0-1 on the season and 0-1 in the KCAC. You've been listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
We hope you enjoyed our broadcast of OU Braves football on KOFO and streamed live on KOFO.com, powered by All Seasons Air Conditioning and Heating. This Braves broadcast was brought to you by Quality Structures, Car Star, Kansas State Bank, Ottawa Chiropractic Clinic, and by Lamb Roberts Price Funeral Home, Advent Health Ottawa, Adamson Brothers Heating and Cooling, Ottawa University. Also by Dingle & Son Mortuary, Our Best Bank, Sutton's Jewelry, All Seasons Air Conditioning and Heating, and Beanie's Body Shop and Repair. For more information about our OU Braves sports broadcast, visit the KOFO sports page at KOFO.com and listen Monday through Saturday for the KOFO sports calendar. This has been an exclusive presentation from your sports source for East Central Kansas, KOFO.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
Hey, remember how 20 years ago I switched to Progressive? Well, now it's the future, and I used all those savings to buy this new hologram phone. Because, it's the future, and everything is holograms now.
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Your source for information and entertainment in East Central Kansas. 1220 and 103.7 FM, KOFO.
They are determined they're going to get it all back. Meanwhile, there's another couple who are both pastors, and they are very ambitious, and they see this as an opportunity where they can build a mega church. I thought the script was a little uneven. This is a first-time writer-director with her twin sister producing, but really interesting, really smart. And what I loved about it is, it's a little bit heightened. It's if you need to be heightened for evangelical ministers who get into trouble. I think, Tammy Faye is a real-life person. But it's always, they're very human. And as I said, you will not see better performances this year. Also, for older kids, we don't get much for kids in that sort of 3rd to 8th grade category. So I'm always looking for things like that. And on Netflix, we have a series, a short, limited series, an animated series